That's Hanzala. Glad to have you. This looks like a bull flag. Not gonna lie, it looks kind of like a bull flag. At the same time, it also looks like a triple top. So keep that in mind. It could go either way. It could go either way. Let me go into a shorter time frame. I'm leaning towards bull flag on this one. Now, I don't know, man. That's a bit of a triple top. It does decline a bit. Let me look at it a little more. Let's see where it will go, depending on what it's going to do. If it is a bull flag, it should go to 6 cents. 6, maybe 6.3. 6.355, somewhere around there. That's where it would go if it's going to pump. If it's going to drop, the first point of resistance is going to be at 5.5. So 5 cents and half a cent. 0.55 if it comes down. By the way, everybody, the Discord is now in my bio. If you guys want to click on the Discord, add to my Discord. Those of you that are watching on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, they're all linked in my bio. Go ahead and join the Discord. It's just up and running. It's in its beta phase right now, but it's about to kick off with some really cool stuff. I encourage all of you to get into it. A larger time frame, as in what, like overall for the bull run, or in the next coming weeks. The day chart will tell you what it's going to do in like the coming weeks, but this is what I would see here. This pattern right here, okay? This pattern is an indication of a head and shoulders. And that would send it back down to 2 cents. That's what I would say more long term, as in the next couple months. Bull run, I would say if we came down, say it pumped up a little bit more, came back down, head and shoulders, and then ran up again, it'll probably go to 15 cents. I think 15 cents is your target price on this one for the end of the bull run, the last highest point you'll see on this one. Now, mind you, that could change. Maybe we get the alt season we're all looking for. But this is kind of normal to see. It has pumped harder each time in the past. Okay. Conservatively, I would say 15 cents. Okay. But let's just take that super bull cycle into consideration, and that would put it at about 25 cents. Okay. So it could potentially hit 25 cents, but I think it's highly unlikely. But we'll have to see. I'll tell you what, though, I'm going to be keeping my eye on this one. Hanzala, if you want to become a deluxe subscriber, I'll keep an eye on this one for you, and I can give you daily coaching and TA on this one, or any other projects you're interested in. Highly recommend. Join it. Everybody that subscribes resubscribes. It pays for itself. But you can get that by subscribing on TikTok. What is this? This is Brett Coin. And I don't really know much about the utility, but I'm going to look into this one because it's had some pretty hard pumps. And if this one potentially does, see how it pumped here and then it ran down and it pumped again and it ran down and it pumped again and it ran down. This looks the same as, I think Ondo is doing the same thing as this one, which is a good sign that it could potentially go parabolic and do something. So I want to keep an eye on this one. Thank you, Hanzula, for turning me on to that one. I'm going to look into the utility on this one and see what is this an RWA project? CPI tomorrow, bread. Do you know what's going on with Coinbase? What do you mean, Ethan? Coinbase went public, or not, excuse me, Circle went public. What do you mean Coinbase? Are you getting locked out of it, or? Hey, TikTok seller, thank you for the heart meet. Revolution, thank you for the 7 popular votes. Revolution, thank you for the 2 let 'em cooks. Appreciate the gifts, guys. Send in some let 'em cooks right now. We need some let 'em cooks. Engagement's a little bit down. Let's see if we can get that. And if you can't give, hit the like button, guys. I need y'all tapping that like button. Start tapping away. Let's get the viewership up here. I need you guys' help. We got to work together. Keep this show alive. What will happen to the market with the CPI tomorrow? Jesse, can we get a fact check on the CPI report? I would expect that rates aren't going to come down. I do have an article covering it, but that's why I'm going to fact check, because I can't remember if it's tomorrow or not, because I feel like I would have known that. Jesse, can we get a fact check on the CPI report? I'm going to turn your mic up.
Yeah, it's Wednesday, June 11th, 2025 at 12:30 p.m. This report will provide data on how much the prices of everyday goods and services have changed compared to the previous month and year.
Got you. So are they releasing any... is it just the release of a report, or is it a decision to lower rates?
It is the release of a report at 12:30 p.m. Data for May 2025.
Interesting. Wow, we just got hit with a flag. We just got flagged. We really need to get hired on here. Yeah, this is XRP. Yeah, so the Jesse, the date, that's not for the release of rates, it's just for the release of the report.
Yeah, it's just for the release of the port, the CPI.
Right. Which could influence the markets, people. The report will more than likely not be good because of GDP is down. They said I was using unoriginal content. That's the reason why. But I would imagine that nothing good will come from it, or it'll be basically skewed numbers, skewed, inaccurate. They always release inaccurate information, which then the Fed uses as a reason why, oh, we don't need to lower interest rates. And then the real report comes out, and then it's much worse than what they actually originally said. And then what they do is they say, oh, well, it's still not bad enough. And it's a way to mitigate any kind of freak out, I guess. I don't know why they can't just give it to us straight. They act like we're children. I'm going to leave Brett Coin up because we're going to look into that. Jesse, can you look into Brett Coin? I believe it's on Tether Network. Find out any utility or use case, what it actually is and what it does, and then put in the chat when you're ready, and I'll bring the mic up because I'm interested. Brett Coin looks... the charts look all right on it, for long term. If we can find the bottom and buy up on it, this could be something worth getting into, especially if it's got good use case. Let's look at Circle for Guinea Marie. We love Guinea over here. She is one of our top supporters. How you doing, Guinea? Glad to see you. Another restriction. What the heck? I think we're going to have to drop the live and restart. We got a hater. Okay, our appeal was approved. Golly, man. Why can't people just be cool? Do you trade during CPI reports? What do you mean, do I trade? Trade based on what the charts tell me, but I buy the rumor, sell the news. I would imagine the rumor is that the reports are going to be good news and people are going to speculate that the interest rates are going to get dropped. But I believe that those people are drinking the Kool-Aid and don't understand what's actually going on. And it'll be quite the opposite that we get. I would love to see interest rates drop. Man, if interest rates get dropped, believe me, I am on it. Like I will turn the green light on, okay? We will be full green, okay? But I just don't see it happening. That's why I got the white light on, because it's kind of a state of indecision right now. It's a meme coin. Got you. Thank you. All right, we don't trade meme coins here, but I will definitely chart it for you. I have no problem charting it for you, but Brett is a meme coin. Zizix, thank you for posting the Ozthecryptogoat and the Heart Me. Appreciate you. HD Malicious with Let 'em Cook, TikTok seller with a Heart Me. Appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys keep this show alive. We need those gifts right now more than ever. Any kind of gifts you can send. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Let 'em Cook, but send a Heart Me because we're now being shadowed on TikTok because of those violations. So I need your guys' help to be liking, sending Heart Me's, sending gifts, anything you can so that we can break through this. I will tell you, since we've been covering the Dead Daddy story, we haven't had an issue with this in a very long time, and now all of a sudden we're having issues, and I have a feeling it's because of us covering that, even though we're a neutral party. And I'm just looking for facts in the whole thing. Guinea Marie, I think you might have missed it. Message me directly. I don't want to talk about it yet. But I'm impartial in this whole thing, and I'm not taking any sides. What I'm looking for is facts. Okay? Let me just put it in CRCL. There we go. For some reason, this chart only comes up when I put it in this way. All right. So what I tell you, pump and dump, that's what Circle is. And I'm going to buy it when it's good and cheap at the end of the month here, once we hit 30 days. So we're in the 1-day chart. It's only been 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Is that correct? It's only been 4 days. By the end of the month, this thing is going to be bottomed out. I would imagine that this thing don't have much more steam left in it. You know what it looks like to me? I mean, it's built a nice little floor right here, but it kind of looks like a Head and Shoulders. I know all I ever do is talk a Head and Shoulders, but it could potentially come back down. I don't think so. I think what they're going to do is try to hype it and keep it relevant, and then they'll rug it. And it's technically not a rug. This is a fundraiser. To what? Gamer, you got to be more specific in your questions. I really love you and I want to help you, but you got to be specific in your questions, love. I can't help you if I can't understand. Coming down to what bottom? Well, right now I would say this is an accumulation phase bottom if you think it's going to go up. Let me see. I would say the bottom's probably like $75. I can't believe how well this IPO did. This is phenomenal. You just don't see this kind of stuff in IPOs. I'm looking to long-term hold this one, so I didn't want to get stuck buying it at too high of a price. I have to say, like, it's holding steadily. But if the moon cycle affects it, it'll bring it down. But I don't think this one has been around enough to be affected by a cycle. You're thinking of buying more? Let's watch it over the next few days. I'm still waiting to buy. I'm still watching this. Yeah, I'm still waiting. I want to see what it does. I would say it's in consolidation, trying to hit the bottom, not the top. But look, it's hit a bit of a double top, or right here. I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even call that. No, this is a head and shoulders right here, this smaller, and that's going to bring it back down to 103 minimum. But let's keep an eye on it, Giddy. I'll tell you what, I'm going to start focusing on this for the price points. I know I just focus on XRP mostly, but we'll keep an eye on this, even though it's an IPO. Maybe I'll put that into the Discord. I think what I'm going to do is maybe add a section in the Discord for stocks. So different stocks that we're doing, and it's going to be for subscribers only. So you're going to have to be a deluxe subscriber in order to access that stuff. Or maybe I'll make a special section. I'm still working on the server for the Discord, but we'll figure that out, because I have a good feeling that TikTok is going to be dead technology to us very soon. Let's see here. Let's look at the other chat. Why in 30 days I like stable coins? What do you mean, Zyzix? Anonymous, how you doing, buddy? Any news on Zebic and where it could go in the future? Okay. There's some red flags with Zebic. There's some red flags with a few things. I'm still looking into Zebic, and I've decided to dig into the project more and find validity in it before I'm ready to get into it. I think it's a great idea. Okay, payroll on blockchain, great idea. But I'm not convinced that it's a sound, solid project yet. Yeah, I like that stock too, Guinea Marie. Zyzix, thank you for the heart me. HD Malicious, thank you for the let him cook. Zyzix with the 20 roses, and Guinea Marie with the heart me. Thank you very much, guys. You guys are amazing. We have almost reached our goal for the let him cooks. Who's got me with some let him cooks? Help me out here. Yeah, Ricky, it's one of those things where I'm not going to try to get into it in this bull run. I'll catch it on the next one. If I find validity in it. I'm a smart money trader. I'm looking for projects that I know and trust and believe in, and I'm looking for smart money entry zones. Kai, what do you mean my calls aren't the best? I just trade smart. I don't want to take losses. Just because something's going to go up to the moon, meme coins go to the moon all the time, doesn't mean that they have good utility. I'm looking for investment, okay? I'm looking for solid projects. And I'm not saying that Zebic isn't one of those. I think it is a great idea if it is valid. But I'm not impatient. I'm more patiently waiting. I think SXT is, if I was looking to buy something, I would buy something like that because it's bottomed out. Actually, let's take a look at SXT. I want to buy something that I know is in its accumulation phase, not while it's pumping. I don't buy things while they're pumping. And that's just common sense. SXT. Ooh, SXT's doing good. So we got in at 9 cents was my last. I think I put at 9.5. So we bought SXT down here, and look, it's headed up. I haven't even looked at my wallet. I'm holding on to this one till it moons, and I figured once it moons, I'll know it. I didn't know not to buy while it's pumping and learn that watching. Thank you, Guinea Marie. I appreciate you putting that out. Looks like a flag? What do you mean? What looks like a flag? You talking about the SXT? Like a bear flag to head down? That's possible. The chart SXT looks like a flag. Yeah, it does, huh? And the problem is that there's no previous data to tell us, oh, that's a bull flag. It's about to take off. But it does. It looks cool. But I'd say that 9 and 10 cents is the accumulation zone, and that's pretty much where we've been at. It used to be 10-11. We adjusted that. 10-11 was for this area. We got our pump. Now we've adjusted to 9-10. It could pump again, and then we adjust for 9-8, and we just keep doing that and taking our profits up here. And if it's on its way down, doesn't mean there's not money to be made here. You know, we'll just keep an eye on it. But I believe in the project on this one. I think this one has great promise in its use case. It's so new, and I just don't see any other coins that do the same thing. There are others that are like it, but they don't have the partnerships it has, and it doesn't do off chain. Off chain is the key on this one. I appreciate that you will be highlighting a few new stocks like Circle. Yeah, I'm going to start covering stocks, but only in the Discord, because this is a crypto show. So I'm going to do a section in the Discord for stocks. So if you guys haven't joined the Discord, click the link in my bio, whether you're on TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube. Click that link and get into the Discord, and I will get that set up. And basically, if you're subscribed onto Discord, you can add whatever stock you want me to watch for you. But obviously, we're going to have LMT on there. Anything I own that I'm watching already, I'm going to put in there. And that way you're going to be able to see, you're not going to be able to see my portfolio, but you're going to see like the main things in my portfolio. Like, we'll follow Dutch Brothers, we'll follow, you know, LMT. Mostly what I hold on to is like Class A shares that pay dividends, or I'm holding IPOs and then I sell them quickly. But Circle is an IPO that I would say Circle is up there with Dutch Brothers for me. I bought those IPO and I'm holding on to those Class A shares like my life depends on it. I want Class A shares, baby. You know, if you're a Class A shareholder, you are considered a shareholder in the company and you have voting rights. And you can vote the direction of which the company will take. You're an actual owner. When you own just a regular stock, you don't have that kind of control. So I've always once I learned that was many years ago. Once I learned that, I started holding more Class A stocks because I want to get those dividends. All right. House AG committee advances market structure bill, other crypto actions pending. The market structure bill got an overhaul in the two House committees at the same time while the Senate stablecoin bill is streaming towards a finish. So this is another legislation coming out for crypto. This is good news. This could be part of why things are pumping right now. I think more or less it's the moon cycle, but two House of Representative committees dug through the crypto market structure legislation known as the Clarity Act, considering amendments in markup hearing on Tuesday. The House Agriculture Committee advanced its version with a massive bipartisan support shown in a 47-6 vote, while the House Financial Service Committee continued to debate amendments. Both panels need to move the bill because they share jurisdiction over crypto activity. At the same time this week, the Senate is nearing a final vote on the stablecoin legislation known as the Genius Act, which industry observers say could happen as soon as Wednesday. This could be a big week for crypto, but you know how they say, buy the rumor, sell the news. This could be something that gives things a pump in the short term. But I think overall things are headed down for a little while. Bullish Babe, thank you so much for the hat and mustache. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for the heart me, Bullish Babe, as well. And Revolution, thank you for the heart me. And guys, don't forget to go follow Bullish Babe. She's been very helpful with she's coming on the show as a guest and turning me on to our agent here and stuff. She's just been wonderful, and I'm glad to I would call her a friend now. So happy to have you in the community here with us. Everybody go on over to Bullish Babe's profile and send her a follow. Great content, very informational, very fact-based stuff. Great content. She goes live with Cosmic, I think, once a week. Cosmic's really cool. He's been too busy to come on, but I'm hoping once he gets back from vacation, we'll have him on here as well. But her content is good and it's entertaining, but it's also informational and it's factual. She knows what she's talking about. And, you know, I don't say that about everybody, okay? But and she's part of the wolf pack, I believe. The people in, yeah, you're live every day with Cosmic. So everybody in the wolf pack has been so nice and very, let me just say, some creators aren't as nice and respectful as others. The wolf pack are great people. And they're all, I know Cosmic's all about the algo and RWA stuff. I'm leaning towards that line of crypto side, RWAs. Nanny Crypto, thank you very much for coming into the live. It's great to see you too. I had to take a day off yesterday because we spent the whole weekend working on the Dead Daddy case, and we're still working on it. I'm working on getting in contact with White Rock directly right now. So they're supposed to be reaching out to me. So I'm not going to be releasing any information until I get to the bottom of this story. But just so you guys know, I am digging. You guys already know I dig I dig with a fine-tooth comb over here. Nothing gets by me. We have a whole team. Should be interesting to see how White Rock Saga continues. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of information that I haven't released to any of you guys, so be patient with me. But when the time comes, when the time is right, we will move forward with that story. But this one could take a long time for the information to come out. The DD story is crazy. Glad you're looking into it. Yeah, man. It's necessary. It needs to be done not only for, the community, but for the creators as well. We need to get to the bottom of this and figure out what's going on. But I tell you what, right now, I am a neutral party. I will not take any sides. I will question everything that comes across my desk. It's what I do. I'm not here to have a bias whatsoever. That's what makes this a great show. Let's see. I still don't know what the story is. I know Guinea Marie. I think Guinea Marie, send Dead Daddy a follow, and the whole story is in his bio. You can go check it out on basically his side of the story, but there's more to it. Oz, I will message you. I'd love to have you on my live as vice versa. Yeah, Nanny, let's do it. I got you. I generally don't do guest lives. I did that live for Francesca because they had agreed to come on my show, and I wanted to extend that courtesy. So anybody that's willing to come on my show, I will make time. However, weekends are hard for me. That's when I'm off, but I can make exceptions from time to time. So we'll work something out. I got you. Anybody that is a creator that's not out here trying to rip people off and trying to do good for the community, message me. I want to get you on here. I want to talk to you. I want to see your viewpoints. I want to hear what you're thinking. Basically, when you come on my show as a guest, it's a conversation. It's a chat. I'm not here to really tell you what I think. I want to hear what you think. I want to hear your perspective. I want to see the other side of the coin and then dig into it more, and then, have a follow-up live as well. And that's kind of how I want to do it. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I am not going to sit here and tell you that I know everything there is to know about crypto. Okay? There's a lot I don't know. I am good at finding facts and digging into things. We are a news media outlet, and I am good at reading the charts. I know a thing or two about crypto. I've been doing it for a while, but I'm not going to begin to claim that I know everything. But my coaching is on point. And if you need someone to investigate or look into a project, I'm on point because I'm an investigative journalist. That's what I do. I seek out the truth. That's why I was pursuing a law degree, because I wanted to help people, and find the truth out. Like when I interviewed Dead Daddy, I interviewed him like I was doing a cross-examination while he's on the stand. I saw you on a few days ago, a group team. Your words were respected. Thank you. I appreciate you, Isaacs, for saying that. I come at this with a open mind. I listen to everything but believe nothing. I need facts. Facts is what I'm not opinionated in every way. I do have my opinions, but I try to express that, hey, this is my opinion, hey, this is speculation, and this is hard facts. And there needs to be a fine line between all those things. Hey, Nanny, no worries. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. I'm actually invested in White, and to the point I traded for WhiteNet. That's cool. I'm not going to talk positively or against anything until I know everything about it, or I feel confident in the project. I don't shill coins out on this show. If I find something that I like, I will inform you, but it's up to you to do your due diligence. I will give you as much information as I have, and as I find new things, I will present it. But I'm not going to talk for or against any project. My main focus in digging into this story is to find the truth, whether or not any of this is even valid. You know, we have to seek out facts, and I'm not releasing any information until I have cracked the case. And this could go on for years. Who knows? So we'll see. Maybe I don't want to talk too much about it, but we will see. We will see. Guys, I got to pop out too. I see you guys tomorrow. Awesome show. You always see. No problem, Bullish Babe. I understand people have lives and whatever. I sit here in front of the camera for 4 hours a day, so I get it. You can't sit here for 4 hours. Totally understand. Let's take a look at the news, though. Ethereum network growth, spot ETF inflows, and price gains lure new investors. And I think this is why we looked at Ethereum earlier, why Ethereum is pumping the way it is, despite the bearish structures that it was presenting. So there's been a lot of good news, and a spot ETF is hella bullish. Hella bullish. Like this is what you want to see. Will it last forever? No, it will have a pullback at some point. But we can keep an eye on Ethereum if that's what you guys are into. I'm not personally invested into Ethereum. I think it's gonna serve a role and has a future, but it's just too uncertain for me. I'm more into RWAs right now.
Ethereum network growth, spot ETH, ETF inflows and price gains lure new investors. Key takeaways. ETH's price gains are driven by an uptick in network activity and robust spot ETF inflows. Data suggests $2,800 will remain a difficult hurdle for ETH to overcome. Ether, ETH, has traded within a relatively narrow range between $2,370 and $2,770 since May 10th, yet several indicators suggest potential for upward movement. Ethereum continues to lead the blockchain space in both deposits and activity, when its Layer 2 scaling solutions are included in the analysis. Despite Ether's failure to reclaim its all-time high during the 2024-25 cycle, none of the so-called Ethereum killers have come close to matching its $66.6 billion in total value locked, TVL. Ethereum currently holds a dominant 61% share of the market, while the two largest competitors together account for only 14%. Total value locked market share. Source: DeFi Llama. The TVL of Ethereum's base layer grew 6% over the past 30 days, led by gains from Pendle, Athena, and Spark. In contrast, BNB Chain saw a 6% decline, and Solana's deposits dropped by 2%. More importantly, the surge in deposits across competing blockchains during the meme coin frenzy earlier in 2025 has proven to be unsustainable. Ethereum did lose ground in decentralized exchange, DEX, volumes due to high base layer fees, which remain a barrier for most users. However, its Layer 2 solutions collectively recorded an impressive $70 billion in DEX activity over 30 days, maintaining Ethereum's lead across the ecosystem. Notable contributors include Base, Arbitrum, Unichain, and Polygon. 30-day DEX volumes ranking, USD. Source: DeFi Llama. Interestingly, some networks that once aimed to challenge Ethereum's dominance with base layer scalability are now absent from the top 6 in DEX activity. For example, Tron reportedly posted just $4.5 billion in 30-day volume, while Avalanche recorded $4.2 billion. By contrast, Ethereum and its scaling solutions totaled $136.8 billion. Critics of Ether have raised concerns about Ethereum's sustainability, pointing to its modest $43.3 million in chain fees over 30 days. Recent network updates have prioritized benefits for rollups, introducing large, low-cost temporary data packets known as blobs. As a result, returns for stakers have been negatively impacted, since ETH's supply reduction largely depends on network fees. Beyond its on-chain dominance, Ether remains the only altcoin with approved spot exchange-traded funds, ETFs, in the United States. This advantage has helped solidify a $10 billion market, while competitors like Solana and XRP still await decisions from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Analysts expect a final ruling by mid-October. Since May 16th, the spot ETH ETFs have not recorded a single day of net outflows, amassing $837 million in net inflows during the period. While this buying pressure may appear modest compared to the $4 billion in average daily ETH volume on major exchanges, it signals growing institutional interest. Related. Everyone loves crypto ETFs, but not after reading the fine print. ETH balance on exchanges, ETH. Source: Glassnode. Ether's short-term supply, as measured by exchange deposits, has fallen to a record low near 16.33 million ETH. Simultaneously, 28.3% of the total Ether supply is now locked in staking, a dynamic that supports positive price moves when demand increases. The sharp 48% ETH rally between May 7th and May 14th underscores the imbalance between holders and potential buyers. Considering Ethereum's on-chain metrics and rising spot ETF demand, a breakout above $2,800 in the near term seems likely. This article is for general information purposes and is not intended to be and should not be taken as legal or investment advice.
So that's interesting. Ethereum, what was it? 28% is locked in staking. Was that correct? 28.3% total is locked away. That's cool, man. Anything that has staking in it is going to be good. I think Cosmic was talking about this, or maybe I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was, I feel like it was Cosmic. Somebody was talking about this, and I agree with anything that has staking tied to it is going to be a good project, because it's going to help hold its price in an upward movement of sustainability instead of like XRP where it's constantly being dumped on. Neo, thank you for the heart me and the 5 popular votes. Appreciate you very much. We need 6 more let 'em cooks. Who's got me with the let 'em cooks? Let 'em fly, baby. Any Bitcoin recommendations for a beginner? That's a good day for someone without a lot of money. Yeah. Let me tell you, C-Money, I offer one-on-one coaching. So become a deluxe subscriber and I can help coach you and give you those recommendations. I cannot give financial advice on here on the live, but as a subscriber, we can message directly and I can help you out there. But I'll tell you what, right now, those subscriptions pay for themselves. Somebody in the chat that's a subscriber, chime in, let him know he's in good hands, that how well you're doing. Let me tell you, everybody that subscribes resubscribes, and they're all going on vacations right now, and they're remodeling their kitchens and all kinds of crazy things. TikTok seller says, that's so cheap and amazing. Simon says, what are your thoughts on the Chin and US framework? What do you mean Chin? Let's see here. We got some gifts. TikTok seller with the 3 let 'em cooks. Simon with 3 let 'em cooks. Neo with 3 let 'em cooks. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Let's start a new goal. We want to get the heart me's coming in. Let's get the heart me's. So there's the new goal. Send a heart me if you haven't sent one already. My vacation is July 2nd. So glad to hear that, TikTok seller. Yeah, TikTok seller and Guinea Marie, they take full advantage of my coaching. And they are just thriving. When the markets are down, we're cheering. When the markets are up, we're cheering. We are calling it every single day. It's just incredible. And you can't get all this information from the live. This is one-on-one coaching. I'm going to teach you how to cure your FOMO. I'm going to teach you how to make smart money investments. I'm going to teach you how to set up your wallets, how to just every aspect of this. Like I can train you into becoming a profitable trader. I'm retired. I'm 37 years old. And I've retired off of crypto, and now I do this show out of the kindness of my heart because I like to hear my voice. I like to talk. I'm a talker. And two, I want to help people. Simon, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Let's get another heart me goal. We're going to make the goals the heart me's. And don't forget, if you send a heart me, claim your rewards points by clicking it again, and that way you can get free stuff to send back to me and level up. Mar, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Let's do another one. Let's keep those heart me's rolling in. Those help the show out a lot. There we go. We got another heart me goal. Thoughts on syrup? Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. Pallet Town Trader, thank you for the FYP. Oh, China. Thoughts on China and US framework? I think it's the runaround, baby. I think it's just the runaround to keep tariffs low, but who knows? Maybe we get a deal. I'll tell you what, a deal would be very bullish. A deal with China is the main one. The China and the EU, those two deals will either crash the market or make it go parabolic. Syrup. I think we looked at this one before. Oh man, look at that thing. I made a nice, kind of like a bull flag, I guess, but look at that thing go, man. How long has this been out? November? Interesting. Look at how this thing has been performing since May. Wow. Mar, are you in this one? Please tell me you bought down here at like 9 cents, bro. If you did, like, round of applause. Round of applause. This is beautiful. This is what you want to see, man. Dude, congratulations. Congratulations to you. I would tell you this. It's not following the market. It's doing its own thing. It's newer. Jesse, can we get a market cap and coin supply on syrup, please? Chime in the chat when you're ready. I'll mic you in. Popular vote is another help for the show, and there's no limit to how many you can send. Yes, send in the popular votes, guys. Actually, I'm gonna change the GIF. We're gonna change it to popular votes. I don't know if it allows me to use popular votes as a gift here. Let me see here. Hold on. Don't worry, Mar Lopez. We're gonna talk more about this one. Hang on for me. I don't see popular vote on here. Yeah, it doesn't give me an option to put popular vote. Let's do goats. This way I can do 100 goats. If we get 100 goats, I'll buy like a goat. Yeah, I'm looking into, okay. I'm going to turn your mic on now, Jesse, and you can tell us the market cap and coin supply on syrup. You're mic'd in.
Okay, market cap for syrup. The token for Maple Finance is currently around 520 million USD. This figure fluctuates based on the current market and circulating supply of syrup tokens.
How many tokens are in supply?
As of right now, 1.07 billion tokens.
Interesting. So it's decently low market
The
cap.
maximum supply is 1.19 billion.
1.19 billion. Can you check and see if there's like an escrow who holds most of the supply? This is cool though. This is maple syrup. What utility does this have? TikTok seller, thank you for the 19 popular votes. Jesse, you got a lot of background noise. Oh, it's a meme? Oh. It's DeFi
Okay,
finance. All right, go ahead, Jesse.
Yep. There is no utility.
No utility. Yep. So it'll see
It's still pretty cool.
yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's doing something. This is cool, but this mirrors Zebic. That's what it looks like to me. Where can it go? I'd say I would say 5 cents is a strong. See, it hit 5 cents and it's going to come back down from there. I would say that it's likely that 5 cents is where it tops out at for now. It could create a bullish structure and then continue on from there. But 5 cents and 50 cents and 55 cents are going to be strong psychological zones on this one. Yeah, the moon is big and red tonight. That's why I think we'll see red candles instead of green candles today. I would say probably 55 cents at the most on this one. It just depends. We can keep watching this. So make sure you follow the show and become a subscriber, man. Mar Lopez, become a deluxe subscriber and you can get one-on-one coaching with me daily. The weekends are my time off, but I will do TA on the weekends or coaching on the weekends on a donation basis. So you just send the Cash App or Venmo a couple bucks and we're good. Like otherwise we can do it during the week and it's all included. But I'd say keep an eye on this one. 50 cents to 55 cents are going to be very strong psychological zones. Make sure you're taking profits. I would say right now I would be taking some profits, and then when it moves back up again, take some profits, and then if it dumps down, I wouldn't recommend re-entering. You know, that's up to you if you believe in it, but it being a meme coin, I would suggest, not financial advice, but maybe move the profits into a coin that has already hit its bottom and has serious utility, something like SXT or whatever you prefer, whatever you believe in. You know, you got to believe in what you're buying. Mike and Nee, thank you for the goat. TikTok seller, thank you for the 19 popular votes. Mike and Nee, thank you for the heart me, and Danny Gibson, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you guys. CRV, Pallet Town, you got to come over to Twitch and put it in the chat, or you got to become a subscriber. A sell point for what? On syrup? TikTok seller just pinned the Twitch on the chat, so come on over into the chat. Pallet Town, I do appreciate you, bro, but we got to stick to the rules here. So you can get that TA on any project you like for free without paying for a subscription, just by coming over to Twitch and putting it in the chat, or you can just subscribe. But if you're looking for, you know, coaching, definitely it's a DeFi finance project. Jesse, can you fact check if Syrup is a DeFi financing project or if it's just a meme coin. Hey, dude, it's completely free to come over to Twitch and put it in the chat, bro. It helps with the Twitch side. We are just starting it and growing it. I think we've got like 75 subscribers on Twitch. I know, but Mar Lopez, that's the point of having a fact checker here. We want to dig to the bottom of things because we want to know the truth. We want to find out exactly everything we can. So, Jesse, I'm going to mic you in, and can you tell me what's going on with it? So you're mic'd on.
Okay, so Syrup is a DeFi project developed by Maple Finance, a leading institutional lending platform in the DeFi space. It functions as a yield generating protocol, offering users access to institutional grade lending opportunities. So it's kind of like a lending thing between monies. So that's why people tie it with the meme coin. Institutional lending engine, Syrup leverages Maple Finance's robust lending infrastructure to provide depositors with access to high yield lending opportunities, very similar how Bitcoin functions. Unlike traditional Maple pools that may require certain checks, Syrup offers permissions access for users to deposit stable coins like USDC or USTD and earn yield.
Interesting. So it has some purpose. Pallet Town said liquidity pool. Yeah, basically, it's a store of value. That's cool. I mean, it's not super useful, but it does have its use case, and I could see where it would have potential for use. We'll keep an eye on this one. Pallet Town, you got to come on over to Twitch, bro. Put it in the Twitch. It's completely free, and I will look at your CRV for you. Can I ask you, give your opinion on Polkadot? I'm not hearing anything about it lately. Polkadot. Jesse, can we get some information on Polkadot and anything new that's happening with it, or are you just looking for TA? All right, cool. Thanks, Pallet Town. Appreciate you. Link, let's look at Link. Link is a good one. Chain Link. Link is directly connected with SXT. All right, what's your question on Link? You just want a TA on it, Danny? You ready? Okay. Can you look into Polkadot? Use cases, any new information on it? She's looking into Polkadot. You gotta stay away from the audio equipment. It gives some feedback. She's looking into Polkadot. Annoyed, thank you for the heart puff. Appreciate you. We'll look into Polkadot, but the fact checker's got to dig first and find out all the information. But is there a specific question you have on Polkadot? If you're looking for TA, you gotta, if you want that for free, you gotta put it in the chat on Twitch. But if you're looking for just information on a coin, I can have the fact checker pull that up. I'd like to hear your thoughts about Jasmy, got digging and have a huge partnerships. Yeah, we can look into, so bear with me. We can only do one at a time here. So let Jesse look into Polkadot and then we'll go into Jasmy. Danny Gibson, I would say that we're still in a head and shoulders formation right here. So there's a potential for Link to go up to 1616, or it's already hit its top. It looks like it made a diamond bottom right here. So we had a diamond bottom. It's fulfilled its diamond bottom. That could be the end of it where it's at right now. It could potentially go up to 16. I would say probably like 15.9 to 16.16, and then come back down, or it's already hit its top, and that would bring it back down to the low price of 11 cents to 10.5. You have a limit buy at 11. Yeah, 11 solid. Yeah, I think we did this one last week. And as you can see, my prices don't change. We're in the right spot. You know what I learned though is you sold it today. Good for you, man. I think that was a wise choice. Revolution, I'll bring you up on the mic here. So tell us what we can hear about Polkadot. You're live.
I mean, there's really no news aside from the fact that the SEC and the EFTs haven't been approved, but there's nothing major news about it.
The ETFs haven't been approved. Okay.
Yeah, ETF.
Stagnant news, nothing new. Can you look into what was the other project? It was
Jasmy coin.
Jasmy, yeah. Use case, market cap, coin supply.
What is it we're asking?
Just information on the coin, really.
Is a cryptocurrency project focusing on data security, an Internet of Things, IoT. It's a goal to empower individuals to control and monetize their personal data. The primary utility of Jasmy Coin is to facilitate data transactions with the Jasmy ecosystem for data transfer and storage, payment of services, transactions within the ecosystem, incentivized participation.
Interesting. What partnerships does it have?
Partnered with various companies, Panasonic, Transcosmos, Toyota and Wits, Canalabs, Chainlink.
Canalabs. Chainlink. You know, it sounds a lot like SXT. So let's turn Justin onto SXT and why we like SXT. So can you give us the use case on SXT? SXT is basically very similar to Jasmy, but it's off-chain data verification. So it's more secure. It can't be hacked by a quantum computer, things like that. It's on the Ethereum network, but I believe it can operate on the XRP ledger. Let's do a little recap on SXT, because that's very similar, but SXT is different in the way that it verifies data off-chain. But Jasmy sounds very, very similar, but SXT is partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink. Pallet Town, glad to see you on the Twitch side, man. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate you, buddy. Let's pull that CRV up for you. Let's see, that's Curve Dow token, the US dollar. Does that look correct to you? Jesse, chime in when you're ready and I'll turn your mic back on. All right, so it looks like we had an ascending, broadening wedge here. which is bearish, and it fulfilled that. And it seems to be pumping up now, but it also emulates the market as far as what other things are doing. So there is a potential for it to pump up to 80 cents, but I would imagine it would probably head down. This isn't really a head and shoulders. It's a bit wonky, but could be considered, I would say, more or less. This one has the potential to come down to, let's say, 55 cents. But there's just not enough data. This is one we'd have to see what it does on Wednesday. Let me see here. You take a look at this. Looks like we had an inverted head and shoulders. We got a pennant and then a bull flag with a bear trap. And now it's pretty much resembling the market. Do I have a Telegram channel? No, I do not, but I do have a Discord. You guys can link the, okay, I will pull you up now for that SXT. Yeah, just tell us the utility for SXT, and so that he can see the similarities between Jasmy and SXT, because I would say SXT is primed for buying right now, whereas I'm not sure about Jasmy.
Okay. Securing the network.
Yeah, this is SXT.
Validators stake SXT to help secure and verify data on the network, potentially earning fees and facing penalties, incentivizing data providers, protocol level payments, governance. Future plans include decentralized governance where SXT holders can vote on protocol upgrades, query incentives, receive SXT for processing and verifying queries, data warehousing. SXT can be used to pay for storing and accessing data on the decentralized warehouse. AI agents is the currency for SXT is the currency for AI systems to access real-time data. Their partners are Microsoft, Chainlink, Matter Labs, Binance, Crypto.com, and Hashfly.
So as you can see, SXT, thank you very much, Jesse, appreciate you. As you can see, SXT has only been out since May 8th, and it's hit a nice bottom here. Your accumulation zone on this one is going to be around 9 cents to 10 cents, and I believe it's at about 10 right now. I would say right now it's at 10 even. This is your buying accumulation zone on this one. This one is already bottomed out. It's ready for accumulation on this one. Not financial advice, but I believe in this one. The fact that it's off-chain data storage, verifiable off-chain data storage, is huge. No other data security, data storage does it off-chain. That's why I'm so into it. And it's partnered with Chainlink. It's partnered with Microsoft. It also has military use case. So the military can use it to store intelligence. Definitely a good project to be looking into. And it's very low market cap. I believe the market cap's at like 150 million, and the total supply, Jesse, what's the total coin supply and market cap on SXT? Is it actually in use? Not yet, but it's one of a kind. That's the thing, is it's one of a kind, and once all this technology is integrated, this one is ahead of the game. This is something, if it has military application, I'm interested in it. Revolution, thank you for the 22 goats. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Let's get those goats flying in here, guys. Let's meet this goal. We can do it. I believe in you. But I believe this one is on the Ethereum network, but it works on multiple blockchains. It's partnered with Link. Jesse, I'm going to bring you up. Go ahead. You're on mic, Jesse.
Okay, so SXT has a current market cap of around $138 million with a circulating supply of 1.4 billion tokens and a maximum supply of 5 billion tokens.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I got to buy some TikTok coins, help you out here. I appreciate your information. No problem, man. I appreciate you. Nona, thank you for the goat. Appreciate you. As you all know, I am the goat. Danny Gibson, thank you for the 10 goats. Oh, well, there's a whole bunch of gifts that just flew in. Let's see. Seamont with 12 goats. Danny Gibson with a goat. Nate with 9 goats. Danny Gibson with another 10 goats. Nate with another goat. And Nona with a goat. Thank you very much. That's 56 out of 100 goats. We're getting close. CRV looks like it's probably sorry, didn't mean to get off track there, Pallet Town. I would say that CRV is probably going to head down to like that 70-cent range, and it could head and shoulders and come down further. But it just depends on what happens over the next couple days. Neo says flying goats. It looks like it's headed down though, from what I can see. And according to the moon cycle would indicate everything's going to start moving down, and you'll see meme coins do better. Do you know anything about HPSO 10i? Jesse, can you check out Danny Gibson's chat there and look into HPSO10i, I believe it is? Nona, thank you for the 2 more goats. Appreciate you. Glad to see you in here, Nona. Hope you're doing well. I hope everybody on that end. I don't want to get too much into that story yet. I want to get all the facts together, but I hope everybody is doing well, and because I'm sure the anxiety is at the maximus right now, and I'm hoping to alleviate some anxiety here and get to the bottom of all this. Meme coin. All right, I'm gonna bring you on, Jesse. Go ahead.
I guess it's an actual coin, and I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but it says 1 Harry Potter Obama Sonic something. Is that what we're talking about? Because I guess it dropped 1.44%.
Danny Gibson, is that the correct coin? Harry Potter something? Oh my gosh. What can you tell us about it, Jesse? Wow. And it has use case and utility?
There's nothing to tell. It's a fun coin.
You know, I think I remember hearing about
with
this.
smart contracts. Doesn't give a lot of information.
What do you have?
I'm looking right now.
It's supposed to be up like 25%. Let me look at it. Let me look at Danny. You crazy, bro. Oh, man. All right. What was it? It was HPS. It's not even coming up in thing here. Let me see if I can highlight it. And bear with me. Bear with me. HPSO.
No, OS.
HPOS 10i.
Yes.
Harry Potter Obama. I can't with these names. Children should not be managing our money. Oh my god. Yeah, Joe, all you got to do is come over to
But
Twitch.
technically it's a meme coin.
Joe, all you got to do is come over to Twitch and put that in the chat, and I will do it absolutely for free. But if you don't feel like doing that, all you got to do is become a subscriber. All right, let me see here. Does this chart look correct? It looks like some Harry Potter shit. Looks like a wizard hat. That's interesting. It's trading off cycle. So it had a head and shoulders, or excuse me, inverted head and shoulders, and then a descending channel, which led to a pump, which I believe is more than likely going to be a double top and come back down. Obviously, it's a Tuesday. We need tomorrow. Actually, we need Friday's candle really to tell on some of these things. Because this is a meme coin, it could pump when everything goes down. This is going to be off cycle. It's going to do the opposite of what other things do. Yeah, we love Harry Potter over here. I like Harry Potter. I used to have the robe, and I had it embroidered. It said Oz on it. And I had a wand and everything, and I would go to Universal Studios and wave my wand around and pretend like I was a wizard. I know I'm a nerd. This says this can't be the right chart. Hold on, this is not the right chart. Is it? It is the right chart. You subbed? I think you followed. So following is great, but subscribing is different. So down on the bottom here, there's a star with a little circle around it. That's the subscription button, and you click there. But TikTok may be going away, Joe Love. On June 19th, TikTok is supposed to be removed. So the idea of offering that service for free on Twitch is so that way you can find me later on if TikTok gets shut down. Let's see, Harry Potter is on like 5 chains, maybe 2 or 3. I'm only seeing it on this one. Price Bitcoin. See, this is why I don't do memes, man. I don't really do meme coins. I might just say no more meme coin TA because it's impossible to TA a meme coin. It just is. Dex Tools, thank you. I appreciate you. Joe Love, you get a free one for helping me out. All right, let's look at this Harry Potter one. What was it? HP. Oh, Dex Screener. Oh. Dex Screener. All right, let's see here. I gotta learn this one. Tired of learning stuff. Let me see here. Let me pull it up. It's like lost in the chat now. Now I have to find the ticker. All right. HPSO10I. I don't see it. I don't see it on here. That's Danny, I don't know, man. Is that 10L or 10I? Hard to tell in the chat. Let me tell you right now, Danny, you can't chart meme coins. I mean, you can, but you can't. Let me see here. HP OS 10. I'm going above and beyond for you, Danny, because you're a subscriber. I guess this is it. Yeah, this is it. Waste of time with meme coins, honestly. Get in, get out, ASAP with meme coins. I agree. I agree. I'm gonna say this is probably gonna double top here and come down, or it's about to do something crazy, but it's just unchartable, dude. Like, here's what I would do is to show you. Okay, you see this right here will play out right here. So it ran up, it zigzagged, and then it dropped. So it ran up here, it zigzagged, and then it's going to drop. That's the best TA I can give you on this one, because there's not really nothing that you can really chart. But there, look at how this thing spikes, man. It spikes and it drops and it spikes and it drops. It spikes and it drops, right? Very volatile. So the fact that it dropped, I would say it's due for a spike, and it looks like each spike has gotten bigger and bigger or had some kind of median. So let's just say worst case scenario, it'll probably go up to like 18 cents, 20 cents. Best case scenario, 35 to 37, and maybe it goes higher and it'd do like 40. You know, it's just one of those things. You got a story to tell me? Send me a DM on it. I'd love to hear it. All right, we got to get into the news. We got so much news. All right, tariff impacts begin as vehicle shipping volume drops more than 70%. And that's all I give you. The volume of cars shipped in the U.S. via sea routes has plunged as a result of Donald Trump's tariffs on imported vehicles. So 70% less vehicles coming in. Let me tell you what, if you've got a used car for sale, the value just doubled. Let's see. U.S. and China meet for trade talks in London. A new round of talks aimed at resolving the trade war begin. The U.S. and China has started in central London. A senior U.S. Delegation, including Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, met Chinese representatives such as Vice Premier He Lifeng, that's a name, at Lancaster House to resolve tensions between the world's two largest economies, which is threatening global growth. Chinese exports of rare earth, which are crucial for modern technology, as well as Beijing's access to U.S. products, including computer chips, are expected to be high on the agenda. Last month, Washington and Beijing agreed a temporary truce, but each country has since accused the other of breaching the deal. The parade is a waste of money? No, we already talked about what the parade was for. Come on, TikTok seller, you know better. It's not a waste of money. It's strategy. All right. So we had kind of talked about this earlier. Do I think they come to a deal? I don't know. Oh, you put in quotation mark. I see. I see what you did there. Let me tell you about this trade deal thing. This is going to go one of two ways, okay? And let me tell you, here's the issue. Donald Trump wants to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. But right now, everything is manufactured in China, and China does not want to give up that kind of control or power. They're on a fast track to being the world superpower. That's why there's no deal, because they are not going to allow these things to be manufactured here. That's the end goal. That's the end result of these tariffs. That's what they're looking for. So, U.S. and China are probably not going to come up with a deal. Maybe they do, or they make a partial deal where they're like, okay, these certain items we have a deal on, but everything else is good to go. Otherwise, I would imagine 100% plus tariffs are coming because they can't reach a deal. That's what I would imagine. It could go either way, but I'll tell you what, right now, the end goal is to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. I doubt China's going to come up with a deal on that one anytime soon. I think more or less this is the race to the bottom. This is the way that they cripple the economies. Wall Street CEO are cycling through the 5 stages of tariff grief. Let's take a listen.
Support for NPR and the following message come from SAP Concur. LaTora Jackson is the Senior Manager for Finance Projects at AtriCure, a healthcare company creating technologies that help treat atrial fibrillation. Click the play button to hear her conversation with Ryan Demray from SAP Concur and learn how SAP Concur solutions give AtriCure employees more time to give back to their community.
Figuring out what's going on with the U.S. economy, you're not alone. Wall Street's top CEOs are trying to manage all the uncertainty created by President Trump's chaotic tariffs and other economic policies. They're also dealing with some strong emotions. NPR financial correspondent Maria Aspen reports.
Wall Street is more and more worried about America's superpower status. Take JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon, who runs the country's largest bank. He recently said he's worried about the power of the U.S. dollar and how other governments have historically relied on it.
I always get asked this question, are we going to be the reserve currency? And no. If we are not the preeminent military and the preeminent economy in 40 years, we will not be the reserve currency.
So his bottom line?
We have to get our act together, and we have to do it very quickly.
Dimon is in good company. The people who run the country's banks wield a vast amount of power over our financial system. They're usually first to see what's happening in our economy. And these top executives have spent most of this spring going through the 5 stages of tariffs grief.
Smash that
starting
like button.
With denial.
They are not thinking so much about tariffs.
Double tap.
They are thinking about deregulation. They are thinking about lower taxes.
That was Conference Board senior economist Stephanie Guichard speaking in March. CEO confidence had just soared to a 3-year high. But fast forward to late last month, and CEO confidence has plummeted in its worst drop in half a century. Now Wall Street seems to have moved on to anger and depression.
I really thought we were looking at 4 years of just tremendous growth and tremendous American economic vitality.
That's Ken Griffin, the billionaire investor and Republican megadonor, speaking at a Forbes conference last week. His feelings reflect a lot of the emotional roller coaster that Wall Street, and, well, all of us, are on when it comes to figuring out what's going to happen to the U.S. economy. But Big company CEOs tend to have more power than most of us, and now they're calling for more bargaining, especially with China. At the recent Reagan National Economic Forum, Diamond warned the United States against continuing to escalate its trade war with one of its largest trading partners.
I would engage with China. I just got back from China last week. They're not scared, folks.
Meanwhile, some of Wall Street's top economists are warning that we all might need to practice acceptance of an economic downturn, that is. Goldman Sachs chief economist Jan Hatzius is currently predicting that the U.S. has a 35% chance of falling into a recession in the next year. That's come down from April, after Trump unveiled most of his tariffs. But as Hatzius said at a recent Goldman conference,
35 is still a sizable number. And I think a lot of it is around the fact that the president loves tariffs.
It's not just the tariffs, of course. The surging national deficit, the president's proposed budget, and recent economic data have also worried investors, consumers, small businesses, and big business leaders. So if there's a silver lining to all of this tariffs grief, it's that Wall Street CEOs seem increasingly willing to speak out about it. Here's Katie Koch, chief executive of the bond trading giant TCW, at a recent conference.
There's this narrative that we need to embark on these policies because somehow we were losing.
She pointed out that Americans have reaped a lot of benefits from our country's global economic superpower status.
We've done a lot of winning already, and we do have a lot to lose.
And if that happens, Wall Street and the rest of the country will be starting the grieving process all over again. Maria Aspen, NPR News.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm...
All right, so, yeah. Yeah, because Biden thinks Biden. I mean, there's issues with the Biden administration. They did not hold China to the rules and tariffs that were in place for China. So there is some fault on both administrations. But we're kind of stuck in it right now. We're stuck in it, and I think that this is going to be some growing pains. So if you think we're going to the moon, maybe think again. Me Cheeky, what's going on, buddy? Glad to see you. Haven't seen you in the live for a while. By the way, everybody, make sure you're on Twitch because we will be having a Twitch exclusive at the end of the live. Nona, thank you for the 3 goats, the lightning bolt, and the you're awesome. I appreciate you so much. You're incredible. So make sure you guys get signed up because we will be going over to Twitch for a Twitch exclusive where we're going to talk about some things that we can't say here on TikTok. So make sure you come on over there. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Send in those goats, guys. We got to get this goal met here. We got 59 out of 100 goats. Let's get those goats rolling in. And if you haven't sent a heart me yet, make sure you send a heart me to help the show. That's going to help us out dramatically. World Bank predicts the worst decade for global growth since the 60s. Okay, the global economy will see the slowest decade for global growth since 1960 as the effect of Donald Trump's tariffs are felt. The World Bank has predicted nearly 2/3 of the country in the world have had their growth forecasts cut from the bank's last set of predictions 6 months ago. The bank predicts global growth of 2.3% in 2025, which is 0.4% lower than was forecasted in January. And for 2027, it predicts growth of 2.6%. Japan and Europe and the U.S. were among those downgraded in the bank's twice-yearly report. So, yeah, this is not good. This is not good. Is it for certain that those numbers will be in 2027? No. We don't know that. It's a bit speculative, but growth is down, and that's across the entire globe. Okay, the entire world is seeing a decline in growth, and this is a global market that we're in, and this is not good. The lack of growth shows a lack of financial buying power, extra funds and resources to invest. Like, these are bad things for the economy, in at least for now. But I think maybe this turns around, but I don't know. I don't see anything good coming from this. What I see is a hot war. Bakersfield's looking good compared to downtown LA. Oh, I know. We're going to talk about that, but that's going to be on the Twitch exclusive, because we're going to cover some things. Me Cheeky, thank you for the 2 goats. Skinny Marie, thank you for the 5 roses. Me Cheeky for the 25 goats, and TikTok Seller for the 12 goats. Nona, thank you for the heart. Me, appreciate you. Much appreciated. Oh, yeah, I want to hear about the LA stuff. Yeah, we're going to talk about the LA stuff, but we're going to do it on the Twitch exclusive. We're going to cover a few things on there. So make sure you get over onto Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. TikTok Seller's got it pinned there in the live. So come on over and join us on Twitch. Yes, we are going to have a Twitch exclusive tonight. So I got to fly through the news here. And then we'll do a little TA at the end. So if you want to get any TA done, you're going to want to come over to Twitch, because that's where the magic happens. That's where we get to talk about what we actually want to talk about. Let's see. So New York Fed, consumers expect inflation to slow. I'm not going to read this whole article, but for some reason, the sentiment of people is that inflation is going down and that they're going to be lowering rates soon. I just don't see it. What time? Probably at about 8 o'clock. You got about 45 minutes. I just don't see. I don't see it happening. Maybe in November-ish, sometime around that time we could see a rate cut, but I'm leaning towards we could get a rate increase at some point. Inflation is not down. Unemployment numbers are fine. There's no indication whatsoever that rates are going to come down. And when I feel like that has changed, I'll be the first one to admit it. I'm wrong, but nothing is indicating that that's what's going to happen.
Representatives from the United States and China met for a second day in London to negotiate on tariffs between the two nations. A reminder, U.S. tariffs on goods from China currently stand at 30%, while Chinese tariffs on U.S. goods are currently 10%. And while the two sides haven't made any official announcements, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told reporters that talks are going well and the two sides are spending lots of time together. Here to talk more about those negotiations and much more, is CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. Kelly, good to see you today. What can you tell us about how these talks are going so far?
Well, first I can tell you investors are very eager to hear how this all sort of shakes out as our
thank you for the 2 goats.
But this is the thing. I mean, this is why you're seeing the market tepidly optimistic, but pretty much flat today, is we don't have any concrete resolution. We don't have any sort of concrete data about what both sides are talking about inside those rooms. And, we do expect these to last over the week. And so, yes, it is a very good sign that both sides are talking. And that is, a lot of investors are taking heart from that. But we're getting different reads from both sides in terms of how they're going. The White House, the U.S. seems to be very optimistic, touting that good progress is being made. The Chinese, however, are not sharing that same optimism, kind of being mum about what's going on in the room. That being said, it could be a negotiation tactic. You don't want to share what you're holding in terms of cards in any good negotiation. But specifically, I think investors, if there is something good or bad that comes out of it that is very concrete, that is when you're going to see the market react in a big way, Mugo.
Okay. So I also want to ask you about this because while the U.S. and China, they're obviously still negotiating, a report from the World Bank released this morning is showing how these trade wars are affecting the entire global economy. So what is in this report?
So, as many reports have come out of late, the World Bank is expecting global economic growth to be less
Where's
than
that speech
expected.
at?
And one of the big reasons why is
I'll
all
pull
of
it
this
up, Jesse.
uncertainty when it comes to trade policy and less trade going on between a lot of these nations, especially China and the U.S.
thank you,
the
Michi.
biggest economies
Appreciate
in
you.
the world. They're expecting global growth to only be 2.3% in 2025. That is down from earlier estimates. And I want to share a little bit of sound that was shared about this report, if we can play it.
Developing economies are facing a triple threat: high debt, sluggish trade, and mounting uncertainty. This year, 60% of these economies are going to see weaker growth.
From the past.
We are expecting growth to be around 3.8% this year, inching up.
The world was on edge as fascism spread its hate and destruction through Europe. On that day, California Governor Colbert Olson delivered an inaugural address to raise the...
All right, we're going to watch this later on the TikTok, or on the Twitch side. Thank you for all the gifts, Michiki. Thank you for the Let Him Cook and the rose. Much appreciated. And don't forget, send a heart me, guys. Send a heart me. Let's finish this report here.
3.9% over the next 2 years. These growth rates are well below the pace necessary to meet development goals.
Now, that was the deputy chief economist of the World Bank sharing a little bit about that report and kind of what we're expecting over the next couple of years. I don't want you to panic, Mugo, though, because just because these analysts come out with these reports, we have seen how quickly those estimates have changed. They could certainly always change back, and it doesn't mean that they're right. These are just estimates at this point.
That's true. No panic from me, I promise. So on the domestic front, we've got a new consumer price index report that is actually going to come out tomorrow. What are you expecting from that report?
So the consensus is that we are actually going to see an uptick in inflation. In the April CPI report, we saw inflation come in at 2.3%. It's been moving towards the Fed's 2% goal over the last few months.
What'd I tell you guys?
The May report, this is still backward looking, right? We're in June, is going to show likely 2.5%, so moving in the opposite direction. And the big driver is that we are expecting now to see some of these price increases from tariffs.
Smash that like button, guys. Start hitting the like button. Everybody all together.
Show up in that data.
Or
So
25K, let's get those numbers up. We need to get to 50.
Areas show
50K.
increases versus decreases. But this is going to be a big input as the Fed meets next week and decides what they're going to do about interest rates.
All right, Kelly O'Grady, I know we'll be talking to you all day tomorrow, so thank you for your time and for tomorrow. We appreciate it.
The fitness industry doesn't want women
What did I tell you? They're expecting an uptick in inflation. So I do not see anything indicating that prices are going to become, gosh, I just had a brain fart. No indication that rates are going to be coming down. Okay, I think we're to the TikTok, the Twitch exclusive. We'll cover the world news as far as the war goes, and then we're going to be moving over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. So if you want to catch the second half of the show, you got to come over to Twitch. We're going to be talking about some spicy things. Ukraine-Russia war latest. Putin's forces launch 5-hour drone assault on Kiev in one of the largest attacks. The conflict's largest attacks. Let's watch this little video here. These are people's homes, man. This is crazy. It's not even like military structures. This is people's homes. Don't forget to come over to Twitch, guys. Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Keep smashing that like button. Send in the heart me's. Keep hitting that like button, guys. Don't forget to come over to Twitch, sign up. Don't miss out on the second half of the show. Hopefully Guinea Marie doesn't miss it. This is a hospital. Maternity hospital. That's crazy. Drone striking a maternity hospital. Just, that's as evil as it gets. Justin Kelly, thank you for the heart meme. Much appreciated. Appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Let's see here. Let's see if we can do a new goal. Let's do a money gun. Who's got me with a money gun? Somebody gonna send me a money gun? Help me out. Let's see if we can get one of these money guns over here. And let's see here. Russia won't end Ukraine war until NATO pulls out of ballistics, says Moscow. Let's watch this video.
Well, let me start with the absolutely horrible and tragic news that we've just heard regarding events in a school in Graz, in Austria. We would like to offer our deepest condolences to the families of the victims and the entire city of Graz, and we stand together in mourning and while we seek clarity in the wake of this horrible event in a school.
That's awful, awful, awful stuff, man.
In this video, we're going to be
evil, evil stuff. I don't see any need for this war. It is just god awful. Let's take a look at XRP real quick before we jump over and do our Twitch exclusive. Could this be a bull flag forming right here? Could it be? I don't know. I don't know. It could be. I mean, it is. It kind of looks like a bull flag. What do you guys think, chat? Back? What do you mean, back? One day? This is the 1 hour right now. This is in the 1 hour. Revolution. Jesse. What do you mean by back? Everybody put FYP in the chat right now. Everybody put FYP. Simon, thank you for the money gun. Appreciate you. FYP puts the show on the For You page. Shouldn't it taper off though? No, that would be a bull pennant. A bull flag is like a kind of like a descending channel. I said I was leaving for 10 minutes. My governor made a very heartfelt speech. I'm tearing up. We're going to watch we're going to watch it. Thank you everybody for posting the FYPs. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. And remember, subscribers, you can get one-on-one direct messaging with me. As a deluxe subscriber, you get one-on-one coaching where I can teach you and facilitate with not just technical analysis, but making smart money trades, making better life choices. We can just talk, man. If you just need somebody to talk to, a lot of you come on here and you just tell me your life stories, and it's very heartwarming to hear from all of you. Simon, I will do TA at the end of the show. So we'll do XTZ. Yeah, cryptotherapy. It's really more or less FOMO therapy that I'm helping with. But some people just need to talk, get things off their chest, you know. And I'm here for you guys. Life choices, God knows I need those. I know, right? Me Cheeky, we message back and forth. He's always telling me god awful jokes and stuff. He's a great guy. He's one of those ones where he'll ask a little bit of TA questions, but we'll just kind of joke back and forth. It's fun. We always have a good back and forth. I enjoy him when he messages me. Oh wow, we got some gifts flying in here. Darth, thank you for the heart me. Simon, thank you for the money gun. Mr. Zines, thank you for the 50 TikToks. Darth, thank you for the awesome. Mr. Zines, thank you for the 20 more TikToks. And Darth, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you guys. You know, I'm here to be a member of the community here with you guys. My main purpose and goal of all of this is to just to bring good vibes to something that, you know, bring integrity to a den of thieves and bring a sense of compassion to a world that is lacking in that. I just want to do good things. Nona, I see you on the live with the test high and the hang loose. What's going on, Nona? Glad to have you. And we are going to be doing the Twitch exclusive in just a few minutes here, so make sure everybody gets on over there. Revolution, thank you for the GG. Appreciate you. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what am I talking about? Wow, Den of Thieves analogy was lit. I know, right? That's really what it is. I'm just trying to bring something positive to not just a world, but a whole community surrounded around just greed, you know? Orca Wall Street just joined the live. Glad to have you, man. We're moving over to Twitch for a Twitch exclusive where we talk about things that we cannot say here on TikTok. We already got people joining in on the Twitch. The TikTok is usually popping, and then when we move over to Twitch exclusively, it starts to pop there. But that's going to be Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. I mean, I would say somewhat political, but we're also going to be doing technical analysis and things like that. It's not so much political, but we're going to be covering some news and talking about some subjects that TikTok just doesn't want to hear. But we are neutral as far as politics go on this show. We do not take a political stance. We are a news media outlet. We just report on things that are going on and what we see. We have three journalists. We have a right wing, a left wing, and a centrist journalist because we are trying to break through and get the truth and not be caught in an echo chamber. And we also have our IT guy. Nona, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. We also have our fact checker and our IT support, and we're investigative journalists. That's our main focus here. But I also am really good at reading the charts, so that's kind of my way to hook you in, I guess. But those who take advantage of my TA and my coaching are just doing exponentially well. When the markets are going down, we're cheering, and when the markets are going up, we're cheering. Everybody here is always excited no matter which direction the market moves, because I'm nailing the price points and the price action in the markets to fractions of a cent every single day. Every single day. It's kind of incredible. I don't know how I do it. I don't even use indicators. I use trend lines, and I use my brain and the candles. You know, the candles tell me everything I need to know. But I did learn something from Mr. Zines. I learned that Basically what I'm doing is trading off of Fibonacci. But I don't need to use a Fibonacci retracement tool because my brain does it for me. Mr. Zines apologizes to TikTok seller. TikTok seller, Mr. Zine says he's sorry. He's sorry. He had a few too many. Acting a fool, thought he was Pablo Escobar. Maybe I am Fibonacci. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm just a massive whale and I just tell you what I'm going to do before I do it and I'm controlling the markets. Maybe I work for Ripple. Simont says, the goat knows crypto. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. All right, everybody, come on over to Twitch. Good to see you, TikTok seller. Everybody come over to Twitch. We're going to end the live on TikTok. If you want to send a gift on TikTok, now's your last chance. Much appreciated for any gifts. But the best way to give is to come over to Twitch and put it into the donations, because those go directly to the show, and those are what helps pay for the staff here. TikTok seller, thank you for gifting 6 subs. Wow. TikTok sellers giving out subscriptions like candy, so you guys better get over to Twitch and get your free subscription. Thank you so much, TikTok seller. I appreciate you. All right, guys, that's it for TikTok. I will see you on Twitch, and we're going to go over some stuff that we cannot talk about on TikTok. A little bit more spicy, a little less family friendly, a little more, I wouldn't say opinionated. It's still very factual. But, you know, I express more of my opinions there. Harley Dan's in the building. Glad to have you on Twitch. Unlock a random emote. Nice. I don't know how to do this yet. I don't know what I did. All right, everybody on TikTok, I'll see you on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. TikTok seller, why did you block Mr. Zines? He was apologetic, man. Can we unblock him? He's trying. Let's give him a break. I try to be forgiving, and you know, obviously you don't have to forgive him, but let's allow him to at least speak. Just because we don't agree with somebody or somebody does something wrong doesn't mean we have to ostracize them. Everyone makes mistakes. It's very important that we don't create echo chambers by removing people, even our adversaries. You know, we want to question, oh, what he said was rude and insulting. Okay, if that's the case, then we don't want him there. I didn't see what he had posted. Got you.
You do not get to guilt people.
I'm not guilting anybody.
I'm saying this from a very solid place. It's okay to set boundaries with people who are absolutely unacceptable, and it's despicable. When someone shows you who they are, believe them.
I didn't see what he had posted.
It doesn't matter. You do not get to
I understand. I understand. I didn't realize he was being disrespectful again, so my apologies to the chat here.
His chance.
Yeah, I understand. I did not realize that had happened. Yeah, he's been here and there. So if you know what, I'm gonna trust TikTok. So I didn't see the chat where he had said that. So My apologies for not trusting in you. It is what it is. All right, I'll see you guys on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. And TikTok seller, I apologize for questioning you. Guinea Marie says, good for you. Stand up for yourself. I'd like it. I dig it. Let's see here. I gotta change things around a little bit. How's everybody doing? How we doing, chat? For some reason, I can't see anybody's chats right now. I don't know what's going on. There it is. All right, here we are. Okay, now I can see everybody's chats. Now I need to go through and see what everybody said. Michiki says, had a 2-month anniversary. Michiki subscribed for 2 months. Thank you very much, Michiki. What are they about? My exes says I make more than most, right? Sorry, I missed all these chats. Yeah, everybody who's watching the show and subscribing is just doing well. Everybody else is like, crying and having bad days in the market, and we're fine. We're good. TikTok seller says my state's doing nothing per usual. Nona says new to Twitch, trying to figure this out. So Twitch, you write little chats, and then also there's like a little diamond down on the bottom, and those are called bits. It looks like the Ethereum symbol, and that's how you can send gifts just like on TikTok. You know, this is Trump starting it, right? TikTok seller says best platform. Let's see, Michiki gifted a sub. Thank you, Michiki, for gifting a sub. Appreciate you. All right. Welcome, everybody. We are on the Twitch side where we can say butt liquor without getting banned. We got hit with guidelines today for unoriginal content, and we didn't even do anything that was unoriginal. Kick is awesome too. I know I've been looking into Kick, maybe Pump Fun. We'll probably look at some other options. Once TikTok's gone, that'll be more viable, but we're going to try to grow Twitch for now and see what happens. And I do want to apologize for the Mr. Zines thing. I tried to give him another chance. I didn't know that he wrote anything. I didn't get a chance to see it. So my apologies on that one. So, and don't forget, if you want to help the show, there's a link that pops up every once in a while, and that is you can send donations directly to the show. By the way, everybody that's here on Twitch, I have an extra ticket to Rare Evo. If anyone's interested in attending that event with me, reach out to me and we'll figure it out. You can partner with Kick depending on your subs for live. Interesting. I'm partnered here with Twitch already. And so we're doing all right. I think we're up to 81 subscribers on Twitch. It's just viewership's low today. It's just a slow day. But I would say 81 subscribers is a decent little spot to be in. he was being sexist in your live, and that's when you cut him off. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Kick is good for money, I heard. Interesting. We'll look into it. I've been hearing a lot of things about Kick. I've actually a lot of creators have been turning me on to it, so we'll have the IT guy look into it. My main concern is having everybody spread out and having a bunch of different chats that I have to monitor. It becomes very difficult to monitor multiple chats. Doing TikTok and Twitch at the same time is already a bit of a juggle. So adding more is going to be hard. And then we're going to be doing YouTube possibly. I kind of don't want to go live on YouTube. I just want to like post things there, because then I got to monitor super chats, and people aren't going to even chat there because it costs money to chat, but it's free to subscribe. It's just like all these different platforms. It just creates too much. The idea is to centrally locate everyone into one place. So as you can see, there's a link that just popped up in the chat right there. That is the link. You can click on that and you can send donations. We are going to be doing a lot more coverage on the ground, and I'm hoping to raise enough money to be able to afford this Vegas trip for the rare Evo. We do have an extra ticket. If nobody like claims it or wants it, it'd be a shame. They're really expensive, and I was told that they will probably be upgraded to VIP. Because I have, it's technically general admission, but I was asked to come there as the news media press. There was a huge streamer named Asmon Gold who made the same amount of money on his first 3 days on Kick as the last month on Twitch. Interesting. My main thing is, like, I want to make money. Obviously, we spend way more money than we make here, but I want to grow viewership. I want to help more people. I want to have more views. That's my main purpose of this whole thing. Anyway, let's get into what we're talking about. So we're going to talk about the riots, summer protests in LA. I would lean more towards these are provoked riots than protests that gone awry. I think what they do is they have tactics that they implement that make it so that people can't protest. You know, this is a way of shutting it down, as they have bad actors that they know are going to be there. Go and disrupt things, and then they use that to their advantage to deem it an unlawful assembly, and then it's done. And let's listen to this guy, hear what he has to say.
You think you're watching a crisis, but you're watching them execute a blueprint. The protests, the economic collapse, the instability, none of it is accidental. None of it is unpredictable. The economy's in free fall. Cities are erupting. Markets are breaking. People are protesting in the streets, and still, behind the curtain, they're calm. Because this isn't chaos to them. It's a controlled burn. The Constitution, a relic, public systems, obsolete, democracy, a formality. The new systems don't need a middle class. The new markets don't need freedom. The corporate class doesn't need voters. It needs obedience. It needs order. And it needs a new structure to guarantee both. The nostalgic America we once romanticized is over. This isn't collapse. This is extraction. They're not letting America fall. They're bringing it down, deliberately, strategically, on schedule. America has served its purpose. It built the capital. It trained the workers. It fed the machine. You think you're watching a crisis, but you're watching them execute.
So, Harley Dan says, yes, I think they're being paid to stir things up. Paid or coerced, or who knows what they're getting out of it, but they're obviously doing it on purpose. They did the same thing in January 6th. I think it's also just bifurcation. You're getting people from the left stirring up things at the right's rallies, and you're getting the right stirring up things at the left's rallies. And I wouldn't be surprised if you saw, you know, MAGA people dressing up like Antifa and causing problems to make them look bad, and Antifa people dressing up as MAGA people to go to their rallies and stir up problems. It may not even be people that are paid; they're just radicalized, and it's an issue. Yeah, he threatened people to not protest. I mean, he said a lot of things, that's for sure. Let's watch some more.
Trump may have just essentially declared martial law without declaring martial law. He just issued this executive order that goes several steps further than the one deploying the National Guard to LA specifically. This executive order essentially grants the Secretary of Defense the ability to use the military against American citizens. Basically provides no limit to the number of federal service members and units of the National Guard that could be used to temporarily protect ICE and other United States government personnel who are performing federal functions, including the enforcement of federal law and to protect federal property, locations for protests, etc. Essentially, this is an incredibly general order. There is no limit to the number of troops. There is no specified or limit to location, and the purposes given are so broad they include the enforcement of federal law. This is basically, essentially, using the Insurrection Act without naming the Insurrection Act. This is essentially martial law. If the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, decides that he wants to use the military to enforce the law now, this executive order has granted him the ability to do so. Here we are. Trump may have just essentially...
So, yeah. This is like she said, martial law without being martial law, and that's what they're headed for, I believe. This is what they want. They want martial law. They want all these things to be implemented because that gets them control. That means that the feds can come into, and Trump can come into California and take control and override the governor, what he has to say. It's a lot of bad stuff happening right now.
On California, are you prepared to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Depends on whether or not there's an insurrection. You have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it. We're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
What is the bar for sending Marines to...
The bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order. When they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
On California, are you prepared to...
All right, let's see here. Let's watch.
Hey, everybody, it's Katie Fang. Apologies for doing this from a hotel room, but as many of you know, I am out of town, but I thought what's going on in LA is way too important not to cover at the Katie Fang News Channel. So I wanted to jump on and do a quick video. As many of you know, there have been protests that have now involved the implication of not only local law enforcement, but Donald Trump having sent the National Guard. At least 2,000 troops have been deployed by way of presidential proclamation to the city of LA. And I wanted to bring you the latest on what's going on. And I also wanted to do a little bit of a deeper dive on the law, because it's really important for us to understand the legal implications of what's happening with the National Guard having been deployed. But the latest so far, as of the time of me doing this video, is the following. Law enforcement and riot gear, again, local and state law enforcement have deployed tear gas and flash bangs to disperse crowds of protesters in downtown LA and the city of Paramount over the last 2 days. We've now received confirmation from U.S. Northern Command. Members of the California 79th Infantry Brigade Combat Team are now on the ground in LA. So what does that mean? That means boots on the ground from the National Guard has been confirmed by U.S. Northern Command. Last night, as in Saturday night, convicted felon Donald Trump signing a presidential memorandum deploying those 2,000 members of the National Guard to LA in response to the protests that have been occurring because of the insane immigration raids that have been ensuing over the last few days that have resulted in the detention of several people. And separately, California Governor Gavin Newsom has confirmed in a statement that 300 National Guardsmen were deployed between, 2 to 4 a.m. Sunday, that's Pacific time, at 3 sites in and around LA. So again, that's the latest in terms of what has happened here in terms of response from politicians. I just mentioned that Gavin Newsom has confirmed the presence of the National Guard. Gavin Newsom also saying that the deployment of troops, because guess what, folks? It's not just the National Guard. The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has now said that he will deploy active duty United States Marines on American soil. In California, Newsom saying that the deployment of U.S. troops would be purposefully inflammatory and would escalate tensions. Newsom wrote on X, quote, the Secretary of Defense is now threatening to deploy active duty Marines on American soil against its own citizens. This is deranged behavior. Congresswoman Nanette Barragan has Paramount City in her constituency, and according to media reports, she has been told that immigration, customs, and enforcement officers will be present for at least 30 days. So people, this is not just immigration raids that happened over a short period of time. It's going to be for at least 30 days of enforcement, according to Congresswoman Barragan. And she is saying that the presence of National Guardsmen is just going to escalate the situation. Quote, we haven't asked for the help. We don't need the help. This is Trump escalating it, causing tensions to rise. It's only going to make things worse in a situation where people are already angry over immigration enforcement. Hey, everybody, it's Katie Fang. Apologies for.
All right, so Jesse, you said you sent it to me. I don't see it in my inbox yet. Maybe it hasn't sent. Maybe try resending it. No food, no water, no place to lay their head. Which email? I'm assuming my personal email, not the CryptoGoat one. I have not received it. Try resending it. And we'll move on until that shows up. The police set their own car on fire. I saw that. I saw that. That's why I'm saying, like, you know, I think they do it. They're part of the instigators. Okay, I found the video. I got the video here.
I just think it's amazing. We're going to have a fantastic June 14th parade, Flag Day. It's going to be an amazing day. We have tanks, we have planes, we have all sorts of things. And I think it's going to be great. We're going to celebrate our country for a change. You know, recently, as you know, with World War II, the victory of World War II, I called up France and they were celebrating the victory. Well, we helped them a lot, as you know. I don't have to get into that. But I called up other countries. They were all celebrating the victory. We're the only country that didn't celebrate the victory. And we're the one that won the war. Okay, if it wasn't for us, that war, you would be speaking German right now, okay? We won the war. And you might be speaking Japanese, too. I mean, you might be speaking a combination of both. We won the war, and we're the only country that didn't celebrate it. And we're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is people that hate our country. But they will be met with very heavy force.
Nona, I don't know if you can hear me or not because it says that you're muted. But if you're lurking, which is basically just watching without listening, make sure you have your volume set to volume 1. Jesse, if you could put that in the chat for Nona to let her know. Oh, you can hear me? For some reason, it says you're watching without audio. Interesting. But yeah, if you are lurking, make sure you have your volume set to 1. Oh, it's your badge. Got you. And as you all know, we are a non-biased media here. Okay, so we need to look at the coin from both sides, and so we need to understand what the other side is saying and thinking too. And I believe that there is some validity in what this young man has to say.
This is not a domestic riot. Yeah, of course you got the leftists out there, you know, you got so-called Americans out there that's rioting and stuff, but come on. At some point in time, y'all gotta stop with this political correctness and pretty words and call it what it is. This is an insurrection, period, point blank. And all it was waiting for was a spark. And ICE, federal forces coming out there and actually executing our constitutional law was a spark they needed. Brothers and sisters, when we look across the ocean, right, and we look into Europe, and we see how many of those foreigners have went to Europe and they're rioting over there. They're protesting, they're doing all this, right? And I've seen so many Americans say that would never happen here. Yeah, it is. It is happening here. And we have to do something about it. At some point in time, we got to call it what it is. We've been invaded, and now the invaders are attacking us simply because now we're kicking them out. The cartel was declared a terrorist organization. You got many of these gangs like MS-13 and etc. where members are being picked up and sit back. Y'all really think that these people are going to go to El Salvador? Y'all think that they want to be sent back, knowing that a lot of them are going to go right back to a prison or something? Hell no. They're going to fight with everything they have, especially because the left are emboldening them. What we're seeing right now is the early stages of their revolution. This is their revolution.
We need to be unbiased.
And the only way this is going to stop is if the federal government buckles. And you have to understand something. If the federal government buckles on this, they stop enforcing deportations because of this, that will show you that the foreigners have won. That will show you that the left has won. That will show you that the republic now is officially dead. When constitutional law is no longer upheld because mob rule, we've lost everything. Didn't your founding fathers tell us that democracy always leads to tyranny? It is nothing but the rule of the mob. And this is what we're seeing right now. The rule of the mob is over here dictating constitutional law, dictating how we run our republic. The mob. We have to wake up, we have to smell the coffee, man. At the end of the day, things are not going to get better. They're going to get worse, way worse. I won't be surprised if you start seeing terror attacks caused by many of these gangs and these cartel groups to pretty much lash out at the administration and to lash out at Americans who want them gone. If y'all look at those videos of what's going on in LA, wow. Like, it is wow. I mean, they're actively trying to lure ICE agents into traps, like ambush tactics. You have gangs out there in full force. You have cartel out there supporting it. Like, this is about to blow over into the worst possible outcome. And the left, they made this happen. Y'all have to understand, remember back when Trump had declared the cartel a terrorist organization, we literally had so many leftists sitting here glazing the cartel, supporting the cartel, simply because they don't like Trump. These people are so dangerous, so deranged, that they will give our nation to the hands of literal human traffickers and murderers simply because, hey, we both share the same enemy. You guys don't like Trump and he's doing this to you. We don't like him, so let's work together and we're gonna burn this bitch down. And that's exactly what's happening. It is extremely organized out there. It is way more organized, man, than plenty of the previous protests that we've had in the past. This is organized. The way, like, this isn't just random people leaving their houses and showing up. No, this is organized. This is calculated. You have gangs in there. And again, you talking about a lot of these groups who have weapons, who have firearms, things like that, drones. A lot of drones flying around the city. That's not law enforcement. You know, we gotta wake up. We being attacked. California, man. get ready. And look, once some shit really pop off, and media start putting us all in the news, remember y'all, this not no red flag. Do not let them lie to y'all. Do not let them deceive y'all. Try to tell y'all so this not a red flag. It's not. We know it's not a red flag because the media and them are going to try to protect the image of these illegals. They're trying to protect the image of the cartels. Just like you had the media trying to sympathize with them last time. They're going to protect the image of these gangs and stuff. That's what they're doing right now. So once the first bodies start being announced, once terror attacks are happening, remember y'all, you cannot trust the left. You can't trust the right either, but the right problem is coming from their party. They party as a whole, but the left is not even just their party, it's the people. The people are out here in the streets supporting gangs, supporting cartels, supporting this. And remember, these people don't really feel for them. They doing this because this is a spark. For example, the whole thing with George Floyd, that was a spark back then. An excuse to go out and do the things that they did. They need a rallying call. This is a rallying call. If you look at a lot of the stuff that they put on the internet, they are literally talking like this is their revolution. While many of you patriots sat on their sidelines talking about what you're going to do against the tyrants, the left has actually been dropping their nuts and doing the very things that a lot of patriots claim that they would do in the face of tyranny. I'm not saying the left is fighting against tyrants, but what I'm saying is the left is actually dropping their nuts and starting a revolution. This ain't no fucking riot. These ain't protests. This is a revolution that could very well end into a civil war. State troops have already been federalized and deployed, and that hasn't eased anything. Tensions are getting hotter and hotter. Just be prepared.
Civil War. I have to admit that's kind of where we're at. So TikTok seller says, is this just LA? I'm shocked, haven't heard any horror stories from other cities. I'm sure there are, but LA is getting the main focus. But if you're interested in knowing where this stuff is going on, this is scheduled for June 14th. This is at nokings.org. This is how organized they are. They have a website that says they defied our courts, deported Americans, disassembled people off the streets, attacked our civil rights, and smashed our services. The corruption has gone too far. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. And this is nokings.org. And this is a map of every protest that has been organized so far for June 14th. I'm tempted to go and report on the ground in LA on this one. Can I link it? Let me see. I think I can just copy it here. And put it in the chat. There's the link right there. Yeah, nationwide. I'm tempted to go and report down in LA on the 14th. But it's also Father's Day, so I want to spend some time with the kids. I'm also trying to get ready for this trip to Vegas in the next month or so. So we'll see. I don't know, but look at that map. Look at it. Everywhere. Every major city is going to have a massive protest in the United States. So buckle up, people. It's about to get real. It's about to get real. Let's see here. Let's read what chat has to say. Our founding fathers did that exactly, and that's what he highlighted in the videos, that our founding fathers did the same thing. Well, I think both. Guinea Marie says that's not true. They're putting ICE into traps, and the left didn't do this. I don't agree. I think it's all planned and orchestrated. And both sides are doing unspeakable things. But this is all part of it. But yeah, they want to keep us under control to keep us in the matrix. These people that say the innocent children and families are the immigrants, not gangs. That's what I'm saying. I thought that they were going to be going after criminals and stuff, and now they're just like going after people trying to get a job at Home Depot. That's not what I thought was going to happen, and this is out of control. Yeah, there's no excuse to hurt innocent people, but you know, I would say this is a war. Look what we saw with Russia, you know, innocent people's homes being bombed. This is a war. The left always does the opposite of what they say. I agree with that. I think the right does the same thing too, though. They play games. They play games. They post videos where they only show the end result. They don't show you what led up to it. It's all propaganda. It's all stuff that they try to manipulate people into doing certain things. A 4-year-old is not a criminal. They're a child. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yes, it's all on the 14th. Why aren't you talking about the Trump birthday parade? Because we kind of already covered it. Jesse, can you find something on the Trump birthday parade? Mind you, today's show I was a little bit behind. We ended up streaming like 1 or 2 minutes late. Like, I had a bunch of things I was trying to get done. So, sometimes I have to cover things the next day. All right, Jesse, I'm going to mic you right now. You're on the air, Jesse.
Okay, so I just want to say this because I've seen a lot of the things that other people have seen, but what I've noticed having people that are far right from me, having this studio and seeing different perspectives, the right is being shown absolute chaos. They're not being shown the peaceful protest. They're not being shown any of those things.
I agree.
And the left, we're not seeing any of the chaos, and it's not a lot. It was a few incidences, but we're not seeing that. We have been pitted against each other for the past 8 years. Do I agree with the administration is doing? 100% not. But I don't think it would have mattered who we voted for. This would have happened anyways. You keep the people fighting against each other. You keep the people focused on the immigrant is why your life sucks. When the immigrants are gone, who's next? Because there will be somebody next. The government wants you to focus on the people. They're the problem and not the government. And I see all these different ideas and all of that in the chat. And I believe that all of it's correct because they literally did everything they could for us to hate each other. The actions of both sides have led to us hating each other. And the only thing we should be hating is the government. They all need to go.
Exactly.
They've done this. The whole point was to destroy democracy and liberty because they don't want you to believe that's obtainable if the other side exists. When it is, it's just not obtainable if the government, being the way it is right now, continues to exist.
And that's the whole purpose of this show, is to see both sides of the coin. Nowhere else on the internet, period, are you going to see what both sides are seeing. And that's why we have the journalists that we have that are separated in their own echo chambers in order to get this information all in one place so that everyone can see both sides of the coin. That's the whole purpose of this show. We're not here to be based or to take a different side. What we're here to do is present both sides of the coin. Where you fall on whichever side, that's up to you to decide. But we have to listen to everything but believe nothing. And if we just get caught in an echo chamber and just keep hearing what we want to hear, we're never going to grow and understand the truth or find the truth. I want you to take the side of the people. I have no side. Okay, I do have my own personal side, but on this show, I do not take any side. That's not the purpose of this side or of this show. The purpose of this show is to get the information out there. That's the whole purpose of this. It's to give everyone a glimpse into the fact that we're being pitted against each other, just like Jesse said. And the fact that they're using the media against us. And the whole point of this media is to sever the veil and to allow you to see through it. How can you say that? Isn't that the purpose of life, to stand up for the underdog, to love our neighbor? Yes, I understand that, but that's me personally as an individual. But as a show, as a news media outlet, we gain our validity. People reach out to us. Nona, for instance, Nona, I believe you're the moderator for Dead Daddy, if I'm correct. If that's who you are. Nona was on the show. My purpose there is not to take a side, not to do anything but present the facts. And I, as a person, as an individual, I have my side that I stand on and what I believe in. But this show is not intended to take a side. It is intended to give the information and allow you, the viewer, to see the information from both sides so that you can not be caught in an echo chamber and you can choose the right side. That's the whole purpose of this. I'm not here to play into anything. The whole purpose. Thank you, Nona. I'm unbiased. I will not take a political stance on this show. I will never not look at both sides. I will never not present facts if they don't fit my narrative. That is not the purpose of this show. The purpose of this show is to break echo chambers. I'm going to mic Jesse right now. Go ahead, Jesse. You're on.
Okay, so my thing is I understand the upset. It's not that we're not for the people. If we were not for the people, we wouldn't be sharing the information. This information isn't for anybody else but you guys. We need you to see all of it. Because part of being in the human race is understanding. You don't have to agree. I definitely don't agree with a lot of things, but that is my bias. And I understand that, it's a bias, but then there's people. But right now, everybody's being fed misinformation. And yes, I've seen the videos and they break my heart.
Mine too.
They crumble it. And it's because I'm able to see that information, and we need to be able to see all the information. You don't have to like it and you don't have to agree with it, but you need to know what else is going on out there because you have no response for the unknown. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, we all have to cohabitate this planet together. And I think it's important that we do stick together. This show is for the people.
Agreed. We have to remain neutral, unbiased, and present the information as it comes in. And that's it. As a human being, I do take my side where I stand. And it doesn't matter who I voted for. That doesn't mean that that's where my allegiance lie. And people should be allowed to wake up and say, hey, you know what? I was lied to, and now I'm changing and I'm growing as a human being. Have a good night, Harley Dan. And look at, so this is in case you do go to those protests, in case you do I'm not condoning any kind of behavior, but we should be informed on things. This is how to neutralize tear gas containers. So you're going to need a cap with a hole to relieve the pressure from the bottle, water, and a generous serving of baking soda, dish soap, and cooking oil. Wearing gloves, grab the tear gas canister, place it in the jug, and quickly close the cap. Shake the jug and squeeze it occasionally to relieve pressure until the canister is extinguished. And this is how to diffuse tear gas. You take a traffic cone and a bottle of water and clear the area near the canister, a fellow protester, and make sure the wind is blowing the tear gas away from you. Place the cone over the canister. Try to place it where the gas is blowing away from you. Canisters are dangerously hot. Handle with heat-proof gloves. Once the cone is over the canister, pour water aggressively into the cone. Canisters need a few bottles and coordination to diffuse quickly. Escaping gas can still harm your skin, exposing. Using Neuralite gloves can help prevent pain. Link up to make a blockade. Link yourselves arm to arm. This makes it so that you cannot be singled out and targeted. This is how the police do. They huddle up together. They don't allow their numbers to be spread thin. So you want to link together. If you are detained, you're going to drop your weight as if you're being dragged. Become dead weight. This will allow them to spend most of their time with you. Sometimes it'll bring 2 or 3 people along to deal with one person, and this breaks up their ranks. And just so you know, protests can go for either side, okay? Wherever protests you are, you should understand these things, because, you know, if martial law does come into play and regular human beings, regular people like you and me get drug into something, it's good for us to have this information. Protesting safely, what to wear. Nondescript, solid color, layered clothing, cover identifying tattoos. Goggles and a mask, emergency contacts written down on your arm. Heat resistance gloves tie up your hair. What to bring? Water for drinking and tear gas, or a spray bottle. Snacks, cash change and an ID, a washcloth, earplugs, protest signs, and bandages, first aid supplies. What not to bring? Cell phones without first turning off face and touch ID, going on airplane mode, and disabling data. Do not wear jewelry. Anything you don't want to be arrested with. Drugs, guns, knives, and don't wear contact lenses. ICE is immigration in the United States. These are DIY shields. You could use a sled, you can use trash can lids, you can use anything, and these can be used as shields. Yeah, Nona, it's great to have you. I appreciate you supporting. Find a good size spray bottle and wash it well. Fill half the spray bottle with liquid antacid Maalox. Fill the remaining half of the bottle with water. Also effective remedy for pepper spray. University of California, San Francisco based study has found that typical application of antacids for capsaicin include pain is effective, particularly in early treatment of exposure to refined capsaicin. So, Maalox in water for pepper spray in a spray bottle. So, just a few things you may want to know. But this is how I feel. That's where I'm at. We need to really like this raw format. I've got it. Oh, okay. I saw that. Michiki says, for what though? What was the reason for it? For what? Sending troops? We're gonna get into more of that in a minute. Is this derived from everyone that can during bottom Trump is rounding up to remove? It's more than that, man. They're deporting American citizens. That's the main thing. They're deporting American citizens, and it's a problem. People that have a right to be here are being removed. It's not just, what you see on the news. There's more to it. Yeah, there's no more due process. They're literally just showing up in unmarked vans, people in no uniforms, and just kidnapping people out of nowhere, removing people when they should. People who are trying to become U.S. citizens lawfully are showing up for their court dates and are being abducted before they can even go to court. Ichiki, this is our Constitution going up in flames because of Trump and MAGA. This is the red voters. It's both sides, Guinea. Both sides are feeding into their hand. It's all orchestrated. We listened to him. He said it. It's
execute a blueprint. The protest watching a crisis, but you're watching them execute a blueprint. The protests, the economic collapse, the instability, none of it is accidental. None of it is unpredictable. The economy's in free fall. Cities are erupting. Markets are breaking. People are protesting in the streets, and still, behind the curtain, they're calm. Because this isn't chaos to them. It's a controlled burn. The Constitution, a relic, public systems, obsolete, democracy, a formality. The new systems don't need a middle class. The new markets don't need freedom. The corporate class doesn't need voters. It needs obedience. It needs order. And it needs a new structure to guarantee both. The nostalgic America we once romanticized is over. This isn't collapse. This is extraction. They're not letting America fall. They're bringing it down, deliberately, strategically, on schedule. America has served its purpose. It built the capital. It trained the workers. It fed the machine.
Marie, what you have to understand is they're pitting us against each other. United we stand, divided we fall. I've seen it from both sides. Sadly, our Constitution is high risk. Exactly. We have to start coming together as one and stop fighting each other over little things, because they're using these little things, and I wouldn't say they're so little, but they're using certain things to pit us against each other. And I've talked about this before. This is what happens when the people rise up against the king. They grab their torches and their pitchforks and they march on the castle. And then the king comes out and he says to the people, he says, the people with the torches are trying to take away your pitchforks. That's how they stop you from storming the castle. They get you to fight each other instead of stand together as one. That's what I'm talking about here, Guinea. That's why I'm giving you this information of how to neutralize tear gas and whatnot. I'm not saying go out and start problems or anything. What I'm saying is there's gonna come a point where this is gonna come to your front door, and you having this information is what's going to allow you to do something about it. They've come into the U.S. via the right steps, or they jumped the queue, and then that's why they're targeted. But now human rights are being violated in their quest for hurting people. Agreed. That's exactly what's happening. So let's hear what Trump has to say.
Talking about unrest in American cities, you said, quote, "We have to go by the laws. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor." What changed now? Why is this situation different to not consult with Governor Newsom about this?
Well, the biggest change from that statement is we have an incompetent governor. So I talked about governors, but I didn't talk about he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening, and they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way, and he said, "Wow, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening." So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. And I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over, I don't know, they have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. I think it's just a political philosophy. But it's lucky for the people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yeah, please.
Have you gotten...
A crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
What a beat
he's
around
done
the
to
bush
that state
answer.
is like what Biden did to this country, and that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it. And we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Homan, who has been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing. And it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals. And it's a shame. It's a shame. But we're getting them out. And I will say, I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues, 95-5. And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they're on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did.
It seems like Gavin Newsom likes the attention that he's getting right now from
I do.
you.
Yeah, I think
it seems like he does. If you look at recent history, somebody who was running for president, you, who got arrested and had a mugshot, you could make the argument that politically that wound up helping you. Are you worried at all at this moment that talking about him getting arrested could be helpful to his political prospects? Because a lot of people think he wants to be sitting right where you are.
Well, in my case, it was a witch hunt, and everybody knew it. And I was able to explain that during the process. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And it was a total witch hunt. It's proven to be a witch hunt, and you see what's happened. In his case, it really is very obvious. You look at what's happened between the fires, I could name 10 things right now. We talk about the trains. We talk about all of the costs in California. You talk about all of the people that are flowing in, destroying life for everyone else. So no, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it's actually very bad for him.
And right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well, you know, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. Look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice. We want to be nice to the criminal. And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, thank goodness, they said, some of them, thank God that Trump got involved. And I'm very happy I got involved. And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved.
When you were talking about unrest in American cities, you said, quote, we have to go by the laws. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor. What changed now? Why is this situation different to not consult with Governor Newsom about this?
Well, the biggest change from that statement is we have an incompetent governor. So I talked about governors, but I didn't talk about he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of...
You know,
Do you think he's just mad because his wife laid a big old kiss on Governor Newsom's face and now he's just like, fuck California, all of them, I hate them?
Nah, I think it's more.
I sent you the speech.
I have it right here. Let's see here. Let's read the chat a little bit here. TikTok seller says, get this damn guy out his chair and get someone in there that can shake up the little big club cage. You know, the problem is the political system that is in place right now is so corrupt that even if we get someone good in there, they're corrupted by the system. And they may go in with good intentions, but by the time they get in there, they have been skewed so much that there's nothing we can do about it. And I don't know what the answer is here, but it's definitely not working. All right, let's hear what Gavin Newsom has to say.
I begin today with a warning from the past. It was January 2nd, 1939, that anxious moment in history. The world was on edge as fascism spread its hate and destruction through Europe. On that day, California Governor Colbert Olson delivered an inaugural address to raise the alarm with lawmakers and the people of this great state. He spoke of California's most determined task in the face of quote-unquote destruction of democracy. At that moment, the state's highest calling was the preservation of our American civil liberties and democratic institutions. This year, we face another extraordinary moment in history for California, for the country, and the world. We are presented with a choice between a society that embraces our values and a world darkened by division and discrimination. The economic prosperity, health, safety, and freedom that we enjoy are under assault. Forces are threatening the very foundation of California's success, our pluralism, our innovative spirit, and our diversity. There's only one state in America with a dream, the California dream. It's a dream built on opportunity, a dream built on pushing boundaries and celebrating, not tolerating, diversity. That dream propelled us to the front of the pack to be the 5th largest economy in the world. Our values and our way of life are the antidote to the poisonous populism of the right and the fear and anxiety that so many people are feeling today. People across the globe we look to California to see what's possible. Now we can live together and advance together and prosper together. across every conceivable and imaginable difference.
Don't
But
worry,
the
we'll get you
California
out of
way
the
of
rat
life
race.
we recognize is under attack. For conservatives and delusional California bashers, their success depends on our failure. They want to impeach the very things that have made us successful as a tactic to turn America towards a darker future. They do so in the name of quote-unquote liberty and freedom. They want to roll back at the same time social progress, social justice, racial justice, economic justice, clean air, clean water, and basic fundamental fairness. They would cleave America from the principles of freedom and the rule of law. And in the process, throw our economy and, in many respects, society as we know it into chaos. But California, we won't bend. We are a success story exactly because of our universality and our extraordinary diversity. And because
Yeah,
we
he's
practice
got American
pluralism.
Psycho
For generations, we
vibes
stood
for
progress,
sure.
championing women's rights and LGBTQ rights, protecting the
I like
environment,
him.
expanding
He's
civil
all
rights.
right.
We see this
There's only
hard-earned
one thing
progress,
I
not
don't
something
like
apart from
about
liberty
him.
and freedom, but as their fulfillment.
He killed
Sadly,
like
there's
hundreds
another way
of
to see the
thousands
world.
of
Those bent
people.
on putting America on a darker course choose chaos over stability at every turn. For our detractors, the distorted prism of political pandering means cutting healthcare benefits and telling a woman she's not in charge of her own body. When it comes to reproductive rights, their lies are designed to control. Their draconian policies are driving women to flee across state lines as fugitives from laws written by men more than 100 years ago. Some even go so far as to force victims of assault to give birth to their rapist babies. As extreme politicians in other states take away women's rights, California stands as a beacon of self-determination. Together with this legislature, we pass some of the strongest laws in the nation protecting women's health. Thanks to Senator Nancy Skinner and Tony Atkins and Lieutenant Governor Lainey Gounalakis, we've stood firm against radical lawmakers who would criminalize women in other states. And with your help, we are protecting women, Medi-Cal providers, doctors, healthcare facilities from the forces of darkness in this country. We will never turn our backs on women or threaten their freedom to travel. When it comes to the southern border with Mexico, California's proven time and time again that it's willing to tackle the hardest problems. But Republicans in Congress choose cynicism and the dangerous path of chaos instead of doing their job to help us secure the border. Think of this. For all their talk of securing the border, they rejected over and over and over again the opportunity to add thousands of new border agents and new immigration judges, as well as personnel, and hundreds of millions of dollars to support local communities near the border. And for what? Pure, unadulterated partisan politics. When they speak about immigrants poisoning American blood and mass deportations and detention camps, this is the language of destruction of 1939, when Governor Olson issued his warning. California is home to the busiest land port in the Western Hemisphere, and we've addressed the problems at the border with resolve. We also addressed it with resources, not plain politics. I'll give you an example. The vast majority of fentanyl seized at the border we know comes through ports of entry, and that's exactly why we've deployed the National Guard to stop the flow of this deadly drug into our state and the impact it has across the United States, allowing Border Patrol agents to do their job. These operations resulted in the seizure of over 62,000 pounds of fentanyl in 2023, a 1,066% increase since 2021. In the first 5 months just of this year alone, counter-drug operations have led to the seizure of some estimated 5.8 million pills containing fentanyl statewide. At the same time, California has proudly provided humanitarian assistance and temporary shelter to migrants and their families along the border communities, easing the burden to local cities. Unfortunately, California has largely had to go this alone, again, because Republicans in Congress, when presented with an opportunity to assist border states, have turned their back. They've chosen politics, chosen inertia, and they've advanced pure political pandering. When it comes to America's homeless problem, California's detractors have similarly offered nothing but rhetoric, moaning and casting blame. No state, by the way, has done more as California addressing this pernicious problem of homelessness plaguing cities and towns, not just across the state of California, but increasingly across the United States. Too many politicians for too long have ignored this problem. Let me remind you, just as an example, when I got here in 2019, there was no state homeless strategy, no state homeless plan. There was no significant investment. Sure, there was a $500 million contribution one time made to local government, but there was no expectation of anything in return, accountability. There was no demonstrable results expected. When I came into office, we wanted to change that paradigm. That's why I presented a state of the state exclusively on the issue of homelessness and mental health. This was my commitment to California. We would no longer ignore this most pressing and distressing problem. Since then, by the way, we've cleared out over 9,300 dangerous encampments, and we're helping tens of thousands of people move from tents and freeway underpasses to shelter or housing. Our innovative Home Key program has revitalized former motels, hotels, and apartments, and provided more than 15,300 units of housing. Combined with Project Room Key, California has now provided shelter for more than 71,000 people. While the causes of homelessness are indeed complex, the solution is rather simple: housing and supportive services. Housing and supportive services. That's why we've focused our reforms specifically to address the housing needs as it relates to reforming CEQA. I've signed now 32 CEQA reforms to build more housing faster, at the same time creating more accountability by establishing a housing accountability unit to hold cities and counties accountable to following the law. Here are the results. Just in the last year or two, we've seen some 442 actions against local government, including lawsuits to compel them to follow the law. The success of accountability in the housing space is why we're adding
I think you're right, me cheeky. I have my reservations on him.
To account for how they spend
I think he wants to do the right thing, but politics is a nasty, nasty game.
Living outdoors, so long as people are suffering from bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, paranoia, self-medicating with drug or alcohol addictions, our work clearly is not done. Most importantly, though, we have created a mosaic of extraordinarily transformative and impactful mental health reforms. Starting with a new paradigm of thinking, CareCourt, a nation-leading effort that provides treatment and housing for people with the most serious, untreated mental health challenges. This is critical to help exhausted and financially stressed families that have been trying to help relatives, loved ones stuck in the dark, in unimaginable pain, suffering so often alone. Thanks to Susan Eggman, Tom Umberg, this program is moving out of the pilot phase and will be up and running in every county in the state of California by the end of this year. We also took on the difficult and politically fraught task of conservatorship reform. How many decades have we been discussing the issue of conservatorship reform, saying it was necessary but increasingly impossible to achieve? Well, we achieved it. Now, for the first time, we're helping to find meaningful solutions for families with relatives suffering from acute mental health and substance abuse disorders. Perhaps the steepest hill to climb was tackling the changes that were necessary as well, the Mental Health Services Act. This year, we made a dramatic shift to focus the law on those struggling the most, to shift resources to housing and supportive services. This is the biggest effort in our lifetime to combat substance abuse and mental health as well. And this is a future that was advanced because of all of you. Proposition 1 is the future that you provide us. With the support of the California voters, we were able now to build over 11,000 new beds and housing units for those with the most challenging mental illness. And we're requiring counties and cities and state to focus existing money on housing and treatment for the toughest cases. And critically, we're guaranteeing a portion of those homes will go to veterans living on the streets, many of them suffering from PTSD. All of this while never compromising on our nation-leading efforts to improve youth mental health with more school-based health professionals, new mobile apps, and platforms like Saluna to engage more kids earlier in prevention and screening. Think about a world in which we did nothing about this crisis, when we fell prey to the cynicism, negativity, and the rhetoric, and just rolled over and said it was simply unfixable. The same, by the way, is true of the red state approach to crime. They couldn't be more divorced from reality. Their entire crime agenda narrative is about diversion and distraction. They create fear and division. Meanwhile, people are gunned down at higher rates in Republican states than in Democratic states. Eight of the 10 most violent murder states in America are red states. Even cities like Jacksonville and Memphis have significantly higher homicide rates than cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles. But that's not what you hear. Instead, you hear wall-to-wall right-wing media coverage about lawless blue cities and blue states. In fact, California's violent crime rate is about half of what it was in the 1990s, 1992, a lower homicide rate now than 29 other states, including Florida and Texas. And property crimes, for example, in San Francisco is down 32%. In Oakland, with the California Highway Patrol in partnership with local law enforcement, we've seen a remarkable decline, 33% in crime. This is because in California, we take public safety seriously. We take it as a problem to solve, not just a flog on cable news. We didn't wake up to this yesterday. Beginning in 2019, we funded local police and prosecutors specifically to go after retail theft, not by defunding the police, but by recruiting, among other things, 1,000 CHP officers. But we're not satisfied until we get the job done. And to do that, I recognize we need to do more to clarify existing laws. And while it's true that California has some of the toughest felony theft thresholds in the nation, we need to do more to go after professional theft rings more forcefully. We look forward to advancing this package of reforms this year. Our work on public safety also means we protect the victims of domestic violence with expanded restraining orders. We've cracked down on ghost guns. We've gone toe-to-toe with the gun lobby and ideological judges who advance their agenda. And we won't stop fighting because protecting Californians is our most important job. 30 years ago, California's gun homicide rate was 50% above the national average. Now, today, it's 33% below the national average. That's because of our gun safety laws. And red states' refusal to follow California's lead has led to catastrophic impacts. Let's put it this way. If every state in America had California's gun death rate over the past decade, 140,000 Americans would be alive today. That's the cost of fealty to the ideological agenda by the National Rifle Association. 140,000 brothers and sisters and sons and daughters, mothers and fathers would be alive today.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this HG malicious. We need to normalize not hating each other because we have a difference of opinions.
And the lobbyists tell them to do. That's not the approach we take in California. But we're facing unprecedented challenges. Not a word, not a single word from them about the Supreme Court's perversion of the Second Amendment that allows, for example, machine guns and weapons of war to proliferate on the streets of America. It's a sickness. Just a week ago, as a proof point, Republicans in the United States Senate refused to even outlaw bump stocks, the same so-called accessory that a gunman in Las Vegas used to kill 60 people, wound over 400, and dislodge over 1,000 rounds in just 11 minutes. That's why their states, with respect, are less safe. Catering to big business and the rich is also why red states tax their lowest earners.
Yeah,
far
freedom
more
of
in California.
speech.
Those red states punish you while you're struggling, but give you a free pass when you're wealthy. Here's the truth. Here's the truth. Republicans will never tell you. California's not a high-tax state. Conservative states, this is a fact, conservative states tax their poorest residents, people struggling with 2 jobs, hospital bills, and childcare at a higher rate than we tax our wealthiest residents.
You know,
you pay higher percentage of taxes.
I'm going to stop this here. If you guys want to check this out, it's on YouTube. I'll put it in the chat so you guys can go watch it later. It's a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be. So if you want to check it out, check DMs when you end the live said news on Discord. Copy that. So let's see here. Let's watch a little bit of footage of what's going on here in California.
There have been multiple raids by ICE agents today in Southern California around the LA area. You had ICE show up to Home Depots where they target day laborers. This is one of a few protests that are going on. It started at the Home Depot in Paramount, California, which is a little over 10 miles southeast of downtown Los Angeles. People are throwing projectiles. They've shot fireworks at the Sheriff's Department here. The Sheriff's Department firing flashbangs, as you can fucking hear. They're shooting tear gas into the crowd, shooting people with rubber bullets. Keep on getting whiffs of tear gas, which is a brand new experience. During the time I am here, this is all taking place next to a strip mall, and some of those businesses are currently open. People are hiding in the shops here, peering out, wondering what's going to happen next. There are helicopters everywhere. The Home Depot from where we are is probably about a quarter of a mile away. And since this morning after the protests started, the Sheriff's Department, they've been driving the protesters slowly down the street. I don't know what the goal is here, but the Sheriff's Department keeps on pushing back the protesters block by block by block. And I'm not really sure what their objective is because you're just moving them blocks and they're not dispersing. I've been here for about 2 hours.
They're not doing
to keep
anything.
on shooting
They're just causing
people,
disruption.
tear-gassing people. The crowd is not subsided at all.
And after I filmed this on Saturday, President Trump called for 2,000 National Guard troops to be deployed to Los Angeles to address the lawlessness that has been allowed. The faster, more to come.
And then why Trump sending National Guard to LA is different from deployment in 1992. I'm not going to read this because we're running low on time, but I'll put it in the chat so that you guys can check it out. So it's right there. But basically, there's some underlying differences. Here's the video of the
has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. Whoa! You just shot the. You okay?
They shot the reporter.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration. People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property.
In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety.
So you heard it. There have been peaceful protests and there have been non-peaceful protests. It's a bit of both.
President Donald Trump has mobilized more than 700 Marines.
Let's give this a moment to load. So the Marines have been deployed to California.
Are headed to LA. President Donald Trump has mobilized more than 700 Marines based in California to come to Los Angeles following days of protests. Protests kicked off after recent immigration enforcement actions by the Trump administration. Some of those protests at times have turned violent. We've seen vandalism. There's video of some demonstrators lobbing projectiles at police officers who then respond with tear gas and rubber bullets. This all, of course, comes after Donald Trump has called up about 2,000 National Guard members here in California without the permission of state officials. In fact, we've heard from local authorities. They believe the military on the streets of LA will only serve as a provocation.
If these random raids were going to happen, then there was going to be the danger of a backlash. And you add on to that the National Guard, and it felt like fuel for a fire that was unnecessary.
Now, as far as what those Marines will be doing here, it's still unclear. They could augment those National Guard troops at federal buildings, serving as force protection, working perimeters, and the like. Of course, one thing we're waiting to see is whether President Donald Trump will actually invoke the Insurrection Act. That could actually give those troops additional authorities to conduct law enforcement responsibilities, including making arrests.
What the world can...
It's getting bad. Curfew underway for parts of downtown Los Angeles.
If you thought Subway subs were legendary, just wait until you...
Me Cheeky says, hey man, just off topic, which is actually off the topic. We're funny enough, but about crypto. Yeah, what's up, man? We're actually done, and we're going to do a little bit of TA right now. What is your crypto question? What is your question? Let's look at the 1 hour on this. Oh, yeah. XRP is coming back down. It looked like it could have been a bull flag at first, but now what I'm seeing is an ascending. Let me see, is it broadening? Seeing an ascending channel. That's a bearish move right there. Pre-sell on what? I forget, man. Honestly, I get a lot of messages. So I do apologize. Sometimes some of them slip through the cracks. That's why you got to stay engaged with me, and because sometimes you'll turn me on to something, I'll look it up. I get distracted. I get a lot going on. So tell me which one it is, and I'll tell you if I found anything on it. Think I remember what you were talking about. Yeah, I was in Vegas. Yeah, whatever happen, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So, you got to remind me, man. You got to remind me. I apologize. Basically, any messages I got while I was in Vegas, like if you didn't follow up with me after, like, I don't remember. Vegas was crazy. We had fun though. I think XRP is probably going to pump to 235 though, but it'd be done after that. What was the project? I don't remember. Gotta remind me. I'll have Jesse look into it right now on the live. Jesse, are you there? Are you listening? Chime in on the chat when you're ready, and I'll turn your mic on, and we can look into Mi Chiquis. I generally don't like pre-sales because when pre-sales come up, they pump up a little bit and then they just drop off, and then you're stuck holding it. I like them to hit the market, find the bottom, and then buy into them. But Mi Chiqui, you got to tell me what the project is so that we can look it up for you right now and find any information on it. Because I can't remember which one it is, and I can't pull it up in the live in my chat. So if you just throw it in the chat, I'll look it up real quick, and we can do a little TA on it, or no TA yet. It hasn't dropped yet. You send it in the chat. I can't look at my messages while we're in the chat. Do you not want me to talk about it on the live? Is that what you're worried about? Let me look. You got to remember, I get like thousands of messages. We have 80 something plus subscribers, plus all the spam coming in. You sent it in the chat. Just say which one it is, bro. I don't know. You're ruining the show. It's blocking it. Yeah, that's why. Unstacked com. Jesse, can you look into unstaked com? But in one word. Unstaked com. Can you look into that? That's why it wasn't working. It was yeah, it keeps blocking it. That's weird. That's a red flag right there. Unstaked com. You got that, Jesse? I'll turn your mic on, and as soon as you say you're ready. But as far as like XRP goes, the market goes, I think everything's going to move up just a little bit more. Well, the fact that you can't say it in the chat, that's a red flag to me. All right, Jesse, I'm going to turn you on if you're ready, or are you still looking into it? All right, you're live. Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, so it says at Unstaked, we believe the future of social media isn't just about algorithms, it's about autonomous community-owned AI agents that work tirelessly to grow voice, engage your audience, and provoke your visions. Social media is broken. We're here to fix it. AI accessibility, fair launches. So this is just a new company.
Is there a coin or a project you can invest into? When
Part of the future of DeFi, participant in the UNSD top crypto presale today, and unlock the potential of AI-powered yield optimization.
When does it launch?
Let me see.
And do you have a launch price?
Let's see. Tokens and track presale. Total tokens sold 1 billion. 0.1. Price is 0.01.
Interesting.
That's all I can find. It's not even giving me a date. It's just saying that it's pre-saled. Give me a second.
Michigi says you don't need a
Because it's in
coder to
stage
create your own
17,
AI
whatever that
bots.
means.
Stage 17. It's giving you an 18x on your entry price. Yeah, when does it actually hit the market?
The launch price will be 0.18. This is weird.
Where do you get it at?
Yeah.
Usually these projects though, like what'll happen is they'll hype up a bit, people get into the pre-launch, it'll pump up, and you got to get out right away. Like as soon as it starts pumping, you got to start pulling profits because they come down rather quickly right after. So what I would assume is that as soon as it hits the market, it's going to start pumping. And make sure you're taking profits, not financial advice, but you're taking profits from it as it goes up. And once it seems like it's going down, maybe get out and look for a re-entry on it, because that's what those are. Those pre-launches are a pump and dump. And then they find their bottom, and then once you find the bottom, then you can start accumulating them. That's why I don't buy pre-sales anymore. I'd rather be patient. When the project, unlike most others, is already working and done, it opens on launch. Got you. But that's like SXT, man. SXT is like a one-of-a-kind project with great partnerships and all this stuff, and all it did was it pumped a little bit, and then it tanked right after, and then now we're in that accumulation phase. Does anybody have any more TA questions? Because we're at about 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I think we're going to call it a night. Thank you, everyone, for joining the show. We'll see you tomorrow live at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We are live Monday through Friday. Obviously, we did not go live yesterday because we were live over the weekends and working on the Dead Daddy case. So thank you guys for being understanding, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz the Crypto Goat, and we have a special show today. We have a co-host coming on, Mega Crypto. He'll be here shortly. Thank you all for joining. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Start smashing that like button, guys. Let's get those likes up. Mega Crypto will be here soon. I'm not going to ask you to like during while he's on, but please keep on liking. Let's keep this show on a roll. I need my liking, gifting warriors today. We're gonna do goats today. We're looking for 100 goats. We're gonna get to 100 goats. Yeah, 250k likes minimum. Minimum 250k. I want to see 1 million likes. Everybody's gonna work together. Jessica, thank you for the heart me. Don't forget to send in those heart me's. And if you can't give to the show, you can always just hit the like button. Just keep pressing that like button. I'm going to give XRP a little bitty rocket ship, because I don't know how much it's going to do. But XRP is a diamond bottom right now. That means we should hit 255 to 280. Like 250 to 280. If we don't break past 250, then we'll double top and come back down, which I think is probably more likely. But we can dream. We can dream about moon cheese. Let's put a piece of cheese up here. You know what? We're gonna get rid of the moon. It's probably not going to the moon, but it's probably going to the cheese. XRP is going to the cheese. What do we need here? We need an emoji for XRP. How about this one? That sounds about right. It looks like a pile of shit. XRP looks like a pile of shit. But we love XRP. We love it. But right now, it looks like a steaming pile. Hey Oz, we going to cheese, and where's the cheese at? The cheese is, I think, somewhere between 250 and 280. I'm feeling some cheese. But SXT, baby, this is a nice cup and handle forming right here. I think SXT is gonna do at least 18 cents. I think it'll go to 20-ish, probably just short of 20, 19, 18.5, something like that. That sounds about right. This is a good one. Even where it's at, I think is a decent buy. It could potentially drop back down. Obviously, you want to get in around 10 to 12 cents if you can. If it goes that low again, which I think it could potentially, but it's so new. You know, it's gonna, if it keeps doing things like this, it's gonna be hard for it to break down below these things. Look at this consolidation right here. This is just strong consolidation building up. This is SXT, baby. You want me to do Ethereum? Ooh, I like this song. Solana and Ethereum looking nice too, but wondering when it will correct. I agree. I think we got, as long as Bitcoin's pumping, everything else is going to keep pumping. I'm digging this. Yeah, I think we got some pumps in store for everything. Will it be like a moon trip? I don't think so. SXT potentially could see a moon trip though. I think SXT could see 20 cents or higher. I mean, SXT has a potential, if we go into like altcoin season, I'd say it could hit dollars. It's so new. It's like getting into XRP when it was 13 cents. It hasn't even done a moon yet. It's barely hyped yet. It's ground floor, baby. And look at the new candle. There's a lot of pressure pushing it up. Look, it's starting to gain that momentum here. And that's what we want to see. I think we can safely say that this was probably a bull flag. If it wasn't, and it was a descending wedge, we got our drop. And then it recovered just so quickly. So what's up with breaking an NDA and whatnot? What did I miss? Oh man, we can only talk about that on Twitch. But it is recorded on YouTube, I believe. So you can watch all the past lives on YouTube. Why are people still talking about the NDA? Because the channel's being hyped and we haven't been receiving much traction, so people are seeing older posts. But I'll go over the NDA again. I'll tell you what, tomorrow we will do a Twitch exclusive and we'll go over everything. What's it in regards to? I can't really say. We got removed from TikTok for 6 days for talking about it on here. I can't even say it. But yeah, it definitely something we should be talking about more. I'll talk about it. Molding, of course. Like crown molding. I think it's best to use a miter saw. Just kidding. Yeah, keep double tapping. Everybody be liking like crazy. We need to get to 250k likes today. I need everybody to be liking like crazy. Liking warriors. Remember, Mega Crypto will be in the live today. Please help me not to be embarrassed. Because we are, oh shoot, we are in a shadow. I'm just gonna call it a shadow. Mood. Gemini dollar. Is this the one, Guinea? On Gemini, or is it Tether? I'm trying to stay away from Tether stuff. Or is it this one right here, US dollar on Kraken? I'm assuming it's this one, US dollar on Kraken. Is that it right there? Did you catch this moon candle right here? Let's ask ChatGPT to tell us about Mood. Oh, Mood Eng. Hey, but this looks all right. This could, this did something right here. Look at that. If that's a cup and handle, just like SXT, that one could do 50 cents. It could also crash down. So I would just watch this one and see if it's going to hold. It could just double top here and come right back down. But if it does, this would be a good one. I would say, you know, buy down here between 5 cents and 1 cent. All right, let me find the right one. I got a list of low market cap utility coins with a potential to pump from ChatGPT. We're gonna go over them and do some technical analysis and see if we can find something. I tried to be as specific as possible to find stuff that was gonna be low and ready to buy before a good pump. Mood End. Is this one on Gemini? Yeah, I haven't even looked at them yet. I pulled some up, and before I even looked at them, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go over them with chat, and we'll do the TA on the spot, you know? Because I kind of want to talk with Mega, because Mega wants to kind of know how I do my TA, because we are just two opposite ends of the spectrum of how we do technical analysis. So I kind of want to give him a rundown of how I do it, because it's quick, man. It's so quick when I do it too. Like, I can give you that TA real fast. I'm thinking this is it. Moodeng, US dollar. That's not it. That's it right there. That's the one. It's Moodeng. I bought low. It's pumping. Yeah, this is it. This is cool. This could potentially be a cup and handle, just like SXT is a cup and handle. It could potentially keep going, but make sure you're taking profits. I would definitely take some profits right now, because it could double top here and just bam, come right back down. But this looks promising. I say take profits. It'll probably trend down a little bit here to about 28. Throw those profits right back in and fly up. As long as Bitcoin is doing what it's doing, it's going to keep going, but it could keep price correcting like it is now and just come down like this and then shoot up again and come down, which would be an ascending channel, which is bearish, which would bring it back down. And I would say it would probably hit right around here at 16 cents. So if you got in for the low down here, Gimme, why didn't you tell me about this? I wanted some of this. Man, this looks like some good price action right here. Good for you, Guinea Marie. So proud of you. You have just been killing it. I don't know about sell it. I'd keep a moon bag. Keep a moon bag, but definitely take some profits. I know you put a good chunk of cheese in there. I know how you've been doing it. You've been throwing a couple G's at some like things I would be like, nah, I'm not gonna throw that much in there. But good for you. So proud of you. You have grown so much. I am so proud of you. Yeah, take that profits. That is beautiful. Take some profits. If it price corrects, comes back down here, do it again. Because these low market cap early coins like this are volatile. They'll pump hard, they'll drop hard, they'll pump hard, they'll drop hard, and there's a lot of money being made on that, and you're on the right side of it. So proud of you. Man, and TikTok seller, man, you've been killing it too, man. Everyone has been just growing as traders every single day. I am so proud of you, and I like to feel like I had a hand in that, you know, like That's why I did this. I wanted to help people. I wanted people to grow and to not lose hard, because we were going to drop hard, and I knew it, and I wanted to make sure that people knew when to get out and when to get back in, baby, because I don't think it's over. I think it is the shakeout, but that's opportunity. Let's grow, let's get wealthy, and let's go, man. Come on, chat. Start hitting that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Jessica with a heart me. We got TikTok seller with 6 goats. And TikTok seller with another 10 goats. And another 17 goats from TikTok seller. And Guinea Marie with 21 goats. And Guinea Marie with the heart me. Thank you very much for the heart me. Thank you all so much. And guess what? We have full staff today. So we have the fact checker is in the house and mic'd in. So let's give a little introduction to our fact checker. We're going to give them just a couple seconds here to make sure that they're ready. And I'm going to turn their mic on and let them introduce themselves. Hello, how we doing?
Hey guys, I'm gonna be bothering you guys today.
Introduce yourself. Who are you? What do you do? What is your role here? Also, the mission control audio is
I'm the
echoing.
one who fact checks everything to make sure that we're not having any kind of misinformation that's being spread. We want to be as accurate as possible, and that's the whole point of the show, to make sure that we're giving people factual news and not just, as he says, the moon cheese.
Yeah, no moon cheese here. We are looking for factual information, but we also want to factor in that moon cheese as well, because I think we're getting cheesy today. Thank you so much, and I'm going to turn your mic back down, and thank you for standing by in our Mission Control Center just outside of the studio, ready and willing to help and answer any questions we have. Thank you so much. How's everybody doing? We're at 9.2K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to get those numbers up. We've got 1 hour to get to 100K likes. So I need y'all to be my liking warriors. Mega Crypto will be here. I think this is the right emoji for XRP right now. Yes, I think it's going to pump because of some moon cheese, but I don't know. Is it shit? I don't know. But right now, it's the only thing in the market that's just not acting right. And I'm wondering if that has to do with suppression. I'm wondering if that has to do with Ripple dropping loads of XRP. And they're not just doing it at the beginning of the month now. What they're doing is they are moving that escrow into private wallets and then leaking it out through the entire month. So it's just constantly getting dumped on, and that's part of the manipulation. And that's where Ripple's getting all that money that they're talking about sending to buy Circle. It's your money. Yes, the escrow wallets are they're private wallets held by people that own Ripple, and so they have certain amounts that they release from their escrow from the Ripple wallet itself, and they've been dumping some of it in the beginning of the month, making it feel like, okay, it had its dump, whatever, and then but they're really actually just moving it into wallets and slowly releasing it. That's where the manipulation's coming from. They drop some BS all the time, so people probably getting upset. That's why I'm calling it shit right now. That's why we got this emoji. We might as well just be looking at this. All right. That's what you should see when you look at XRP. Because I really think they're using you and your liquidity to buy Circle, which I think is good for XRP in the long run, but they're dumping on their holders, man. What's up, Mr. Zines? Welcome. Glad to have you. Thank you for coming on the show the other day. I really enjoyed our chat that we had. We had a good back and forth. I'm trying to reach out to more creators. Mr. Zines with the 50 TikToks. Thank you so much. And TikTok Seller with the 9 roses. Keep smashing that like button, guys. We need to get to 250K likes today. We got Mega Crypto coming in. I know we can do it. We did it last night. Or was it the night before last? So I know y'all can do it. I decided to give your thumbs a break yesterday. I did miss y'all. We did a little special live in the evening with our IT guy. The IT guy is the only person not in the studio today. He will not be in. So any issues come up, I'm on my own. And management just walked in the building to say hello. Oh. Do we have our special live guest? Is our special live guest available to come in? Can you get the special live guest? We have a special live guest coming on. They're going to come on camera right now. Today is a special event. You saw me on Mega Show, or you saw Mr. Zines on Mega Show? Mr. Zines, do you have a live show? Crypto Slayer with the heart me, thank you very much. I'll tell you what, Mr. Zines, if you don't have a show, you should. And I'm starting a new trend on TikTok because TikTok creators are struggling right now. And the new trend is all creators coming together, and viewers as well, coming together as a team to show support for each other's lives. Coming on as guests, coming on as wherever you can, hitting likes. So I am actively searching out other creators and liking their shows and giving them support, sending them gifts, everything I can. And we have our special guest here today. This is Chewbacca. Say hi, Chewbacca. This is my little Chewbacca. Chewie. She's scared. Oh, baby. My little shoulder kitten. So we got a little special guest on today. She's hanging out with us. Too small to see? There we go. Here. Can you see her? She says hi. Say hi. Say hi. Jing, we achieved our goal of 100 goats. Thank you guys so much. Let's see here. Who sent all them goats? It looks like Crypto Slayer sent a heart me. Censored by TikTok said 16 goats. And then another 17 goats from Censored by TikTok. TikTok Seller with 14 roses. Crypto Slayer with 21 goats. Thank you so much. And I don't know, can you send kittens? Send a kitten. Send a little kitty cat. Meow. Make the screen big. Ah, great idea. She's my little shoulder kitty. She'll sit on my shoulder all day long. Come here. She's so adorable. We got another guest on the show today. This is Princess Leia. We got Chewbacca and Princess Leia on the show today. Yeah, her eyes are beautiful. And oh, my Leia is so cute. She's so adorable. She loves the kid. Leia thinks she's a cat, and she thinks she's the cat's mother. And my dogs think they're cats, or my cats think they're dogs. Say hi, Leia. Hi, baby. She's trying to get in my lap. So the dog is a bully. And the cat, I think, is Siamese. So we got a Siamese cat and a bully. But the kitty is a shoulder kitty. She will just sit on the shoulder and hang out. The cat thinks it's a parrot. Arr, I'm a pirate. Arr, scurvy. Yeah, she is just the most beautiful, beautiful animal. I name all my animals after shows that I watch. Obviously, I like Star Wars, so I got Star Wars animals. Yeah, they came to say hi. All right, I think Kitty's ready. Yeah, all right. Let's talk about making money now. We got the right song for it.
They took my fucking money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
TikTok seller with the 9 Oz. Christopher with the ice cream. Bellstar with Mr. Zines with 32 Oz. Bellstar with a rose. Bellstar with another 5 roses. Bellstar with 1 more rose. And Christopher with an ice cream cone. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a good live right here, you know? This is entertainment. It's not just the news. We're partying, baby.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money. Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
The sound has a knock at the door. I keep thinking management's at the door yelling at me, coming in, trying to tell me something.
Motherfucker, get money.
Yeah, this is a banger right here, you know? And you know what? This is original music that I own the rights to now. So I can play this in the stream. Oh man, I forgot to start recording. No! Alright, we're recording now. Shoot! This is why you gotta be in the live, because we forget to record sometimes. The IT guy's not here to remind me. Yes. It's a special live today. A little less serious, not so much news. IT guy is spinning roses right now. Oh, definitely. I believe the IT guy is at Universal Studios right now. I told him, I was like, hey man, you want to do a live from Universal Studios, but you got to buy the tickets for the staff. And he's like, no, I'm good, bro. The IT guy, man, he makes some bank. I think he's making more than I do. I can't be the only show he's working on. All right, let's see here. I got to do something I'm not allowed to do on TikTok real quick. It's a party in the chat right now. This is a special event. We are partying. What's up, Oz? You cooking any plays? Oh, you know I'm cooking some plays, baby. I got a play for you right here. Look at this cup and handle right here. We got ourselves a cup of tea, baby. You always know I'm cooking. Send in the Let 'em Cooks, man. If you think I'm cooking, send in those Let 'em Cooks right now. We're going to get into the markets and stuff in just a little bit. Let me see. Zebek on a run. Is Zebek going back up? Because it was pulling back hard a few hours ago. Did it finally recover? Let's take a look. Here, I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. We're partying over here. We got special guests in the house today. Yeah, Zebek. I'm feeling Zebek, but I'm all about SXT right now because SXT is showing bullish signs, baby. But let's look at Zebek. Zebek Network on crypto, or is it on Tether Network? Let's go with this one. Yeah, that looks right. So look at it, pulled back, but it quickly regained. I think it's got more in the tank, baby. I think everything's got more in the tank. Everything's got more in the tank. This one looking real good right now. Let's see here. Let's go into the hour. So look at that. It dropped hard and it just recovered really quickly. That is a good sign. But it could potentially head and shoulders here, baby. So keep an eye on that. Make sure you're taking profits, okay? Yeah, I think you're right. I don't really do Elliott wave theory, but I think you're right. It's got more in it. I think you're right, but this is something to keep an eye on. If something happens with Bitcoin, Bitcoin's driving everything right now. But this has got more in the tank for sure. I think everything has more in the tank. Just be patient. I know a lot of people got out of this, and I was like, you know, I'm going to wait because everything was looking bullish. Bitcoin was looking like it was going to do all-time highs and continue higher, and look at it, what it's doing. As long as Bitcoin is blasting off right here, baby, I'm going to remain bullish. You know? And you know, that's the thing is I'm not one to be biased about this stuff, you know? I'll tell you what it is. If the market's going down, we're going down. If it's going up, it's going up. It ain't going to go up every day. It ain't going to go down every day. It moves in waves. What goes up must come down. I agree. That's why I'm worried about Bitcoin. TikTok seller says, holy smokes, that thing will go more. When my Bitcoin went up, so did my other crypto. Yes, exactly. Everything is driven by Bitcoin. The only thing, I almost said the R word, held back by lack of combustion is XRP. However, XRP is a diamond bottom. If you were watching Mega Crypto's show, I pointed that out to him earlier today. I was on his show. And this is a diamond bottom. This is hella bullish, baby. So XRP is looking for a run to 250, 255 minimum. Minimum. All right, we got a little rocket on here. But there is a potential for XRP to reach new heights and hit 275 to 280. And then if it breaks 280, if we break 280, we will go flying up to $3 very quickly. And if we break $3, we will go to all-time highs very quickly. It will happen so freaking fast. You will not be ready for it. If you're not in it, you got to be in it to win it. All right? You got to be in it to win it. I will be getting into XRP today. I'm expecting a nice little red candle today to give me a nice little entry point somewhere between 240 and 235. I'm thinking maybe, probably not though. I'm thinking probably 240, maybe 241, 242, where it's at now. Okay? But now may be the time, because we're opening the new day candle and we're red right now because we got two green pumps. But more than likely, this is going to turn around. Okay? It's a bit of a spinning top. Obviously, it's not closed. But look at that spinning top right there. That is not indecision because we have the charts telling us what it's going to do. Tanner Nate says 457. Let's see where 457 is. I see how you got that number. Top of this candle right here. I think you're right. It could even potentially do only 255. Oh, you said 457. I think if we can break all-time highs, yes. If we can break all-time highs, we're going to $11 and moon cheese on top. I entered at 180, 50x leverage, heart palpitations. XRP is giving me is insane. 50x. That's, you know, I've been thinking about leverage trading because I'm calling the market so well, but I'm afraid that if I do that, it's going to change my bias. You know, if I have a bias, I may not be is accurate. Everything is pumping. Don't forget to take profits. Agreed. Is XRP bullish? Hell yeah, XRP is bullish. XRP is a diamond bottom. It's doing 255, 250 minimum. I think there is a potential that we see 280. And I've been saying this for weeks, that it depended what happened here. And it seems like it's looking for that next wave correction. Like Mr. Zine said, thank you for that. I think we're going to see that. At least 275. The music's loud. Sorry, we're having a party over here, man. Are we going to 280? I think we might. I think right now might be a good entry point. Today's candle, let's go into the low time frame. So we know we want to enter soon. So now we're going to use the 1 minute. This is the first time you're going to watch me using the 1 minute. Okay. This is when our 1 minute is useful, is for the entry. Okay. So this is a bearish channel. This is our ascending, broadening wedge. Okay. Which means that the price will drop. Which means that we're going back to 240 probably. Okay. And possibly even lower. So don't FOMO in right now. Okay. Keep an eye on it, wait, because we could come back all the way to the blue line at 235, and then that would be your entry point. But somewhere in between here, you're going to be able to get an entry because we are consolidating right here. We've got a bearish pattern. And as you can see, we're having big bullish movements and heavy bearish movements here. But with Bitcoin doing what it's doing, I would say 239 is probably the lowest it's going to go. The lowest. I would say even more like 240. 248. So that's more like 241. 2408 is probably the absolute bottom. Let's pray together. Yes, sir. I will pray that. I'm going to put this one on God right now. Thank you, Jesus, for all your blessings. Thank you for this show and this community and everything you've done for us. Thank you for giving us the wisdom and where to put our finances, God. And thank you for bringing this community together. Let's see here. I'm in at 243, 242. Yeah, Kodak, we talked about that. I think you're good. I think you're good, man. You're sitting pretty. Perfect entry zone. I'm tempted to change the music, as TikTok seller would call it. Gotta change the music. Jessica says, my Ethereum is making me the most right now. I don't know why. Ethereum's been held back for a while. Ethereum's been held back for a while, and it's about time. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the roses. Big Baller, thank you for the 4 Let 'em Cook. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the Let 'em Cook. Jessica, thank you for the GG. Neo, thank you for the Heart Me. And Crypto Slayer, thank you for the 5 lightning bolts. Yeah, baby. Crypto Slayer 007 shared the live. Thank you, man. Jessica Puentes, Ethereum has shocked everyone, to be honest. Oh, I know, right? What is going on with Ethereum? And I'll tell you what, the videos that have been coming out with the creator of Ethereum are not helping. We are in here. I've got my entries. Good for you, buddy. Bitcoin is going bonkers. Hell yeah, Bitcoin's going bonkers. Bitcoin's doing big stuff. And because of that, everything else will too. XRP, to find a fair value, it doesn't have like other coins. Oh, it's trying to find a fair value. I think the fair value for XRP is $2. I think that's what it is, and that's why it's kind of doing what it's been doing, because it's been held back for like 7 years. It's making up for lost time. When should I get out of ADA? I'm in at 55 cents. K Kearns, you gotta become a subscriber, or you gotta go add me on Twitch, and I will do that for you. We're not live on Twitch right now. We're exclusively on TikTok. But if I see that you followed me on Twitch. I got my phone right here. I'll keep an eye on it. If you do that, I got you, bro. Kodak59 says, amen. Big baller with the praying hands. Thank you very much. Kearns, stay there, ride the wave, enjoy the profits. Agreed, Mr. Zines. If history repeats itself every Memorial Day weekend, we drop. I agree. How's SXT doing? Oh, SXT is this beautiful cup and handle, baby. We got a cup and handle. This, I think short term, we could see 20 cents. I think that's very possible. 16, 18 cents could be the top, but there's a potential, I think, to even go to like 50 cents or even like $2. Okay. And that would be like when alt season hits, and I'd say we're in a simul cycle, but there are other people that don't quite understand that. So there will be an alt season. It just will be more spread out. And that's why I'm kind of leaning towards more like $1, but it could potentially do crazy things. So I'm leaving my bag in there. I just bought back in at SXT. Good, man. I hope you got out at about 15 and then threw that back in at about 12. And you'll be sitting pretty. I think we're mooning again. I think we got another one in the tank. I think everything's got one more in the tank minimum. Write every crypto down on a piece of paper, put them in a hat, pull one out, and you're probably going to hit. That's where I'm at. And that's because Bitcoin is all-time high right now. As long as this doesn't come crashing down, we're good. Even if it's moving sideways, we're looking good. Okay? If we start moving sideways, things are going to pull back. You're going to want to keep an eye on Bitcoin. Okay? If it moves sideways more than a bull flag or one of these bullish structures, okay, you're going to want to make sure you take profits on whatever it is that you're holding, because there's the potential that it will break down. We need to keep an eye on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is everything. It is driving the rocket ship right now for every project. But I think minimum Bitcoin's going to see 115 to 120 minimum, and that's just getting started before a price correction. I think by November we could be up to 200K. If this stuff keeps up, I'm bullish right now. You never hear me say this. I'm freaking bullish, baby. Let's go. All right. We've been waiting for this. We have been waiting for this. This is the indication that I've been sitting on, waiting for confirmation. And here we are. It's Bitcoin breaking all-time highs. The price correction is going to wipe out so many people. Oh, I agree. The price correction is coming. Think of all the people that are buying right now because it hit all-time high. Crazy, man. That's why we're looking at other projects. We're looking at other things. We want to get into things that are ground floor, baby. We want to make money. We want to make those low market cap, crazy moon pumps. We want that SXT money, baby. Look at how beautiful this was. And I think it's got more. Everything's got more. Let's see. I think I need to send Mega an invite. Mega should be coming in the live. Start smashing that like button. Let's see here. No, not here yet. Hopefully he shows up. Either way, I'm sure he will. He confirmed with me several times. Confirmed with me today. Oh, I know. We need so many more likes, guys. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I need y'all right now. And when he gets in, not only a liking storm, not for me, for Mega, but a gifting storm too, guys. Anytime you take a break with your thumb, send a gift and then start going again. What's up, Calvin? Calvin Hill is in the live. What's going on, buddy? Blockchain Bullhorn. I'm finally on your side. We're going to the moon, baby. Yeah, everybody loves Calvin Hill in this live. Thank you so much for joining, Calvin. We love you. Yeah, Calvin, you want to come on and talk? I'd love to have you come speak. I'm going to send you a request right now. We're going to bring Calvin on. Let's see what Calvin has to say. By the way, so it may not be Calvin's actual. So Calvin Hill's real account is Blockchain Bullhorn. So it's probably not him. However, I did speak with Calvin. I'd say about 4 days ago. I spoke with Calvin one-on-one, and I've been unblocked, and we're talking again. But Calvin, credit should be given where credit's due, okay? When we were talking about XRP price correcting to about 230, I talked to Calvin one-on-one, and he agreed with me that we would hit 230. And so credit should be given where credit's due. Calvin was on point there. I think sometimes he can get a little on the hype train, but I get it. That's what his viewers want. Yeah, I am healing him. That's the idea, is we don't want to create hate. We don't want to disparage people because they have different ideas. You know, people are entitled to those ideas, but we got to wake people up. So waking up Calvin is a big deal. I still think he's a little too bullish, but he does understand like that he needs to tell people when pullbacks are coming. And, so we squashed it. We're good. I only have a problem with it because he has a megaphone. Oh, you're funny. We squashed it. We're good. Jessica, thank you for the 5 goats, TikTok seller with the 7 roses, and Kodak with the heart me. Thank you guys. Let's start a new goal here. We're going to start a new goal. Let's do some let 'em cooks. We're going to go for 20 let 'em cooks. If we don't hit it, no big deal, whatever. Let's pin that there, baby. Because we're cooking today. I'm not here to doom and gloom you guys every freaking day. I'm here to tell you when it's green. If it's green, the light's going to be green back here behind me. If it's red, we're going red. All right? If you see that red light, get scared. All right? If you see the red light, get scared. But right now, we're green, baby. We're green. Let's go. But we're here. If you hear one more 10K call from Calvin, I don't think he's going to. I kind of talked to him, and I was like, you need to tell people $10, not 10K. Yes, it will do 10K maybe in decades from now. You got to quit pipe dreaming these people because they think it's happening tomorrow, and this is people's livelihoods. It's everything. Just keep your eye on Bitcoin. Thanks for talking to him. He's not a bad guy. No, he's not. And, I tried to give some time to let it simmer. And, I reached out, and he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I will, credit should be given where credit's due. Okay. I'm the one that lashed out at him. Okay. I got into his live and started calling him out. Obviously, I think I was in the right place doing it, but he's entitled to believe what he believes, and that that's something, you know, that we need to understand is we don't hate people because they have a difference of opinion. We need to end the hate and bring on the unity. We need to love our fellow man and one another. Mr. Zines with the 20 Let 'em Cooks and Nate with 3 goats. Thank you very much. Let's do a new goal. Let's do an easy one. All right, we're going to do heart me's. We're going to do heart me's. We need 1 heart me. Obviously, you can only send 1 a day. Okay, we got another heart me there. Let's do another one. Let's do another heart me. The heart me's are the best thing that you can send. If everybody sends out heart me, Nate will tell you. Nate knows how it works. I don't quite know, but I know it works. Let's see here, chat. What do we got? Let's see. Big baller. He cooks, bro, but he does say some questionable things like we all do. Agreed. Agreed. No one's perfect, man. I'm not perfect. I know I'm pretty dang good at calling the charts, but I'm not perfect, but I'm pretty dang close to with my TA. Big baller with the money gun. Thank you very much, buddy. TikTok seller with the 8 roses. Thank you so much. I'm wondering where Mega is. I guess he's still got a couple minutes. Mega's got a couple minutes. I know he's a busy guy. I'm hoping that he's punctual. Kodak with the ice cream cone. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let's get another heart me goal here. Let's do another heart me. 1 heart me. Let's do it. Boom. Heart me. Censored by TikTok with 25 corn. Thank you so much. You guys are freaking incredible. It's okay to have opinions, but not state opinions as facts, you know. I agree. And that's why we have a fact checker here, because I sometimes get on a roll and I have to be reeled back in. Goat, you ever tried the trenches? What do you mean the trenches? Memes? Meme coin world. Oof, I'm scared, bro. I got too much to lose. I am scared. You all know me. I'm a chicken trader. I trade like a chicken. Everybody send chickens if they got chickens you can send. We need some chickens in the chat, y'all. Chat, send me some chickens because I'm a chicken. Let me see here. Do we got a chicken? Yep, we got a chicken. Yeah, we're having fun. Let's look at this. Oh, look at that. We're opening a green candle on Zebek. That's a good sign. Let's hope it stays green, because this is a bit of a descending channel here. This has a potential to pop back up, but will it double top or will it end? So if you missed taking profits, you're going to get a second opportunity, I think. But these coins like this are very volatile, especially when it pumps hard like this. It dumps hard. But I think it's got more in the tank. And that's because Bitcoin's got more in the tank. Bitcoin's got more. Check the volume. I don't know how to do that on here. I can do it on my phone. I gotta learn how to do that on here. You can't fake volume. Let me see. I think I got a volume indicator. RSI divergence indicator. Moving average, convergence, divergence. Oh, price volume trend. Here we go. There's no data. There's no PVT. Have you seen Fartcoin? Oh man, I love Fartcoin. I'm a big fan of some Fartcoin, baby. Send it. Send some farts my way, baby. It's just called volume. You know, I got the free version of TradingView because I'm cheap. You all know I'm cheap. You seen how I trade? Let's look at some farts right now. Fartcoin. Woo! Woo, baby! Fartcoin is showing a bearish structure, but it's still pumping. But these meme coins like this, man, they'll do something. You know, these are harder to chart, but I would say this one's about tapped out. 162, 163. Let's look at Butthole Coin. Butthole Coin. Where was Butthole Coin? USDC. Yeah, Butthole Coin is a solid buy. This is solid right here. Your entry point's going to be at 007 to 0065. So right where it's at, or any lower, this is going to be a good one. So go slip into some butthole, guys. Oh, we got flagged. We got flagged. It's a coin, TikTok. It's a coin. Let's see here. Do we got an emoji for this one? Does that look about right? Let's see here. I'm wondering where Mega's at. I hope he didn't forget. I know he's busy. Apple bottom. He went live? Oh, okay, so maybe I need to send him an invite. Let me see here. I've never... Yeah, he's not in my people I can invite. I wonder if I'm supposed to go on his live. I'm going to message him right now. Oh, can't watch lives because you're live on another device. Dang. Somebody go hop into Mega's live and remind him where he's supposed to be. He told me to tell you he can't join because age restriction. He doesn't know what that means. What? What the heck? That's crazy. What about guest? Hop on there and tell him to come on as a guest. I'm going to send him a guest invite. Dang. What a bummer, man. Aw. Well, shoot. Now I'm bummed out. Well, can't be that bummed because you know what? The markets are looking bullish as hell. Bitcoin looks good. Let's look at Bitcoin on a lower time frame. Man, I didn't put much of a show together because I assumed I was going to be talking with Mega. So we're going to look into some coins then. Look, Bitcoin is flatlined right now. But that's a bull flag, baby. That's a bull flag. See, flat top. Bitcoin's about to pump, y'all. Bitcoin is about to pump any minute now. Yeah, we're going to go over some new coins. These are recommended by ChatGPT based off of utility and market cap and based off of technical analysis that they are at low positions. He's ending his live hopping in. Good. Yay. I almost cried a little bit. What? Mega's on? Let me see here. All right, Mega Crypto is coming. What is going on, Mega?
Yo.
Welcome,
What's going on, man? Let me put my headphones in real quick.
Yeah.
Just so we don't have any echo in case.
Thanks for coming on, buddy. I got a Shimoji for XRP.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you like the Verizon guy. What's going on, buddy?
That's a throwback.
I know, right? You know what's
he defected over to a different company though.
Right? And you know what? They're trying to say that he was Mandela effect here, rabbit hole alert. They're trying to say that he was black. They did the same thing with Jake from State Farm.
They're trying to say that the guy that was doing the "Can you hear me now" was black?
Yeah. I'll have to pull it up one of these lives.
Like they're saying he was, or they're changing him to one?
No, the original guy was supposedly black.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
I know, right? And we all clearly know it's the white guy with the glasses, dark hair.
Did they maybe like switch him out after like one commercial?
I don't know, but they're trying to say that he was always black and never was who we all remember him to be. Isn't that crazy?
We never.
I'm
That is
telling you,
so weird.
It's a government psyop, bro. They're trying to change our past,
switching, yeah,
to see what they can get away with. 1984, man, they did that in 1984. Did you ever read that
yeah.
book? You know,
George Orwell.
George Orwell. Yes.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna actually share this out on my my stories.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've been stuck in a shadowing ever since I got restricted for 6 days. So much appreciated to you, Mega, for coming through. Yeah, double tap, send in those gifts for Mega Crypto. TikTok seller with the 27 roses, Nate with a heart me, TikTok seller with the hand hearts, Caroline with the rose. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the gifts. TikTok seller with another 15 roses. Thank you so much. So what's going on, man?
My poor phone's just overheating like crazy.
Oh, I know. I love using the computer now. Like, I don't even have to worry about the phone anymore. You know what's crazy is?
I do like the phone, though, for some reason.
Yeah.
Which is more robust.
I like the phone because I do investigative journalism. I go out and I interview people and stuff. I like using the phone for that. I got the gimbal for it and everything, so it does like the AI tracking. And by the way, thank you to Sweetwater and DJI for that equipment. We couldn't have done it without you. And so, yeah, we've been doing. I'm working on a new show right now. It's going to be on YouTube exclusively. We got 2 more new shows that we're building. And TikTok seller wants to jump in. Maybe after Mega comes in, buddy. But yeah, we're growing as far as a show, but man, we're not really reaching much because TikTok, I got hit with misinformation about a week ago because I was talking about cyber attacks. Hopefully we don't get 86 right now. That they were possible and could happen and how to prepare. And they took that from me, and now I can't sell wallets either.
Wait, you can't sell wallets?
No, I used to have... What the heck is that? Oh, that is cool. It's like a dragon. Mr. Zines, thank you for the dragon crown.
Yeah, it's a cool dragon one.
I've never gotten that before. Guinea Marie, thank you for the Let 'em Cook. Guinea Marie with the 9 lightning bolts and the 7 goats and the 4 roses. And Jessica, thank you for the 3 heart puffs. All right, man. So let's talk some TA on XRP here, right? So
yeah.
I got, as you know, I was spamming your chat earlier today in the live. And
it's all good.
This looks like a textbook diamond bottom to me here. And I think at minimum, we're going to pump to 250 to 255, but I potentially see us going up to 280. That's the next strong resistance point. I think if we can break 255, 260, we should be in the clear as long as Bitcoin keeps pumping. Bitcoin's in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts?
I agree with you, man. I agree. I think we've seen like a nice reversal happen where, I mean, you and I both, as well as many others, saw this dropping to the downside plenty of different times. Not that we won't ever have downsides, but I thought we were going to see some downside much earlier than what we're seeing right now. You know, like we're seeing where that it looked like a head and shoulders, especially on the 12-hour daytime frame, right? You're almost like in that last pit, the second pit there that you were just pointing in.
Yeah.
But it looked like a head and shoulders there, you know, and it was going to drop down to about 210, but then it really held tight right in that zone there. And so I know a lot of people are upset and sad that XRP is not booming like, you know, ZBCN is. However, we're technically still doing pretty good for seeing it hold, you know, because that head and shoulders are a strong pattern, you know, and we've seen it work out plenty of times, and they always, even if it's not the full amount, it still usually pushes, you know, in that general direction. Even if it takes an extra day or two, sometimes you'll see it resolve after a couple days. It doesn't happen like right away. Seen that happen before too with XRP on the way up, and so it's just interesting to see that it kind of got stifled there, and it makes me think that some big money's kind of entering in at this moment, especially seeing those sweeps up under larger time frames, where that diamond shape is that you're pointing out.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
what's up, Brooke? Thank you for the gifts, by the way, guys. Appreciate that.
Oh, Brooke. Brooke tried to come in on the chat. You want me to bring her in, or you want to just go you and me right now?
Oh, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do, man. Brooke's awesome. She has a lot of great insights and information. She's like a history, currency, world currency, historical nerd, but like not in a bad way.
Okay,
not in a bad way, Brooke.
I definitely, Brooke, send me another invite. I want to bring you on. Let's talk about that because I do have some insight to currency as well. We've talked about it on your show a little bit. But if you go into the lower time frame here on XRP, let's go with the 5 minute. This is an ascending broadening wedge, which is a low time frame. So that means our entry point is coming. So if you haven't gotten in yet, we should be potentially dropping down. And Mega, I told you I was.
This?
What's that?
Which time frame is this?
This is the 5 minute.
Okay. I usually don't watch anything lower than 1 hour.
So
just because I don't really like enter in like smaller zones,
Right. So
but you were saying?
When I'm looking to enter, I'm looking at low time frames.
Yeah.
And exiting as well. When I'm watching the market and I'm just sitting and waiting for things to happen, I'm watching the 1 hour and the 1 day. So
yeah.
For those of you who are looking for an entry point, this is a bearish pattern, very textbook forming right here. This is an ascending broadening wedge, as you can see, and this should bring it down. Okay. And so I wanted to go over kind of like how I read the candles, because I know you use a lot of indicators. I don't use indicators at all. I use trend lines and candles. Mm-hmm. So we've kind of talked about this a little bit before. So here, you can see in the lower time frame, because we know that it's probably not going to go much lower than where it's at, because it's about on its leg to take off as far as a diamond bottom. I would say that we're getting ready to open that candle that's going to take it off. So what I'm looking at right here is we have this pattern and we know it's going to come down. So I'm like, okay, where's our entry zone? Obviously, so we're looking at these candles where they have these flat spots, right? And we look over here and we see the wick here as well. And we come back over and we see this double line right here and this one over here. And that is how I read where it's going to land to. And that's usually where the wick lands. So I'm saying 241 on the dot right there. And I would say 241.07 just to make sure it hits as far as low side. Your high side would be up here on these candles, because see, we have this wick where it drove the price down.
Yeah.
And then you see where these meet right here, they're at about that same level, and it lines up with this support, I would call this right here. And it kind of lines up over here. So I would say high side would be 241.85. But somewhere around 241, that's going to be your entry zone. We should be dropping out. However, because Bitcoin's doing crazy stuff, it could potentially take off from here. So what do you think about what I just laid out there?
I love the way that you do it. I mean, it's definitely different than how I do it. I do read candles, but if I'm going to read candles on like a longer time frame like that, I mean, not that that's a super long time that you're looking at right there from beginning to end, from left to right. However, I usually simplify it as much as possible by just making the candles bigger, just going to a little bigger time frame. So that's my usual method that I take, more so just to make it more simpler for my brain. And then I do like indicators, but I've been trying to just knock them out a little more as far as like not relying on them as much, and focus more on the actual candle reading and the patterns. That way it's a little more reliable on myself rather than some other form of information. And then also not just that, but the indicators, a lot of people don't realize they do lag. A lot of the indicators, it's information that has already passed. And so although it's good to have that information, if you're ready to make a move, if you're trying to read something that's coming down the line, it's going to be harder to do when you're reading an indicator that's telling you the past, rather than what's happening in that current moment or going to happen soon.
Agreed.
So, but when you're looking at this, right, I want to kind of like pick your brain a little bit, because I really do like the way you do this. I like how you're not relying on a lot of indicators. What do you look at first? Like, are you looking for patterns first? Are you looking for just certain candles? Are you looking for points of potential where, it's hitting bottoms and tops? Like, what's your go-to method at the start, like right when you see it?
Okay, so first thing I do is so I'll start on the 1 day. Okay, so I'll bring up XRP, for instance, because we've been all about XRP here. I'm looking at the day here, and I'm seeing the patterns, right? What has it been doing? It's been doing a head and shoulders here, to an inverted head and shoulders here, to another head and shoulders here, and then this potentially could have been another head and shoulders. So I see that it's kind of stuck in this trend of head and shoulders after head and shoulders after head and shoulders. And usually it does it about 3 times. So we got 1, 2, 3.
Like an Elliott wave?
Yeah. And so when it's done that, it can potentially do the same thing again. And that's why I was wary, because this was textbook right here.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah. However, now we have a textbook diamond bottom. So what I do is I'm watching, and I'm like, okay, if it's going to break down from here, I'm going to watch the trend lines now. So I've got my trend lines here. I plot the wicks because we catch wicks on this. As you can see, we caught 163 right here. And I called that back in January 30th. That was the first time I posted that we were going to 163 would be the absolute bottom before we turned upward. And that's exactly what it's done right here. And that was months ahead of time. And that's because reading the candle, okay, coming over here and seeing where this big green candle, where's it going to stop? Right here at the top of that red wick. That's 163. And that's exactly where it bottomed out at. So
let me ask you this: when you're doing that fair value gap on the left side there, the November flag push up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you combining your fair value gaps between different candles, or do you usually? Because I know some people do that. They'll combine multiple candles into one, as long as they're all it's all green.
What I do is I start in the day, and then I come back down to the hour, and I look at the same thing, right? And I'm looking for the pattern now, okay? And I see the double top right here. And I say, okay, that's a double top. And I said it would potentially hit 160, but you always want to add a few cents to make sure it hits. And because we did, if you'd have put 160, you wouldn't have hit it. And so we went for the tip of the candle. But what I'm looking for is the first pattern where that candle is. What is it? Right? And so it's obviously a head and shoulders, but it's the double top. So because
can you expand that a little bit? It's hard for me to see.
Sorry.
All good. Okay, I see it there now. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, this right here was a of resistance. So now that it's above it, it's a strong point of support. And what I'm doing is I'm like, okay, the bottom is 160 right there. That's that double top right there. But we want to add to it to make sure it hits. So 163.19. And that was perfect, on the money.
Yeah, great call on that, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. But that's how I did it. That's how I picked it. And so we can follow this, right? And so we came to 163. We pumped up a little bit. We double bottomed, and then we came up, right? And then I called this one. This was the diamond top pattern that formed. And everyone thought we were going to the moon right here, that it was going to go crazy. And I was
That's all
like,
I was hearing too.
yeah. And I was like, this is a diamond top. It will come down. Okay. So I look at the pattern here. Let me blow it up so you can see. All right. I look at the pattern and I see where the last point of support was. So obviously there's this little spot, but there's nothing else to really back it up. There is over here, but nothing like right here in this inverted head and shoulders in its pattern to back it up. So I'm looking in the pattern for those wicks where it has that line to back it up. And then we find that line. It's right here at 202, but then we add in the wicks to make sure to see where it hits, and look where the bottom of it is right where that wick is at.
I gotta start reading the candles more, man.
Yeah.
I gotta start reading the candles more. Honestly, like I said, my methodology is, because I'm not looking for an instant place to hop in necessarily. I'm just looking for general areas to DCA. And so for me, I'm not looking for the instant what's going to be happening over the next few hours or so, more so 24 to 48 hours instead. And so I love that you're showing this and kind of walking us through this, because for me personally, this is something I need to work on more, is just learning how to read the candles a lot better, like their combination with each other, how they bounce off each other, as far as like when you have different combos of different candles, it really can make a difference. And then also, how's the news affecting it?
Yes.
The news is greatly affecting everything. And so when you see some candles stifled, and then you're okay, I understand what this candle means. I understand what this candle means. What do they mean together? You know what I mean? That's areas I need to brush up on and learn more on myself.
I'm trying to find an indication of a pattern where we were going to do something else and then the news turned it around. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. So my thought, man, and I know you and I are pretty similar as far as like, at least somewhat in agreement as far as like the general direction price can go. And I think we've both been on that same mentality that, we thought it was going to hit the top and then drop back down to the lower zones. It's not that I don't think that we'll ever never have those open doors. I believe we still have that open door until we're truly reversed. But did you expect this as well, or no? This push up over the past I would say 6 days, 5 days.
So I expected us to head and shoulders and come down. So X marks the spot. If you've been watching the show, we use.
Yeah, I saw you say that the other day.
Right. So let me come out to the 1 day because you can see it a little bit better. It's a little more accurate. The day candles always. So we were right here, okay? And I was like, the moon cycle. And I told everybody in the live, hey, we're about to go into a full moon and we should pump until the full moon, which was May 12th. And that's the day here, May 12th. Now, I said 160. It did 165, but that's pretty good. So from 212 to 260, excuse me. So we didn't quite get it, but we didn't call the top of the candle. We called near the top of the wick. And that was based on the noon cycle to the day. Because I knew that the full moon was on May 12th. And then look at our second day candle, the top of its wick was 260. So it was still somewhat accurate as far as the entire bull push, but the top wick at the end, that was your exit point, because there's a potential that it gets here.
It double wicked, right?
And yeah, so there's a potential that it gets right here and then it flags or something and it breaks out. So
yeah,
you know, we keep that open, but basically the entire bull push that we had through here was basically ended at 260, and that the 60 came from right here.
Yeah.
Right here. So that's what we're doing, is we're looking here at where it will potentially go and then looking over to the candle that it lines up with. And then that's our mark. But as you
How
can
far back do you usually look when it comes to that, though?
I
Is
look
there a
at
certain
the whole
distance
thing.
back where you're just like, even all the way back to like previous years?
No, just
Or-
this cycle.
That's what I mean. I didn't know if like you look back to like the previous bull cycle and whatnot, or
No, one
anything
cycle.
along those lines.
Every cycle is somewhat different. History doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. So each cycle is somewhat different. Now, as you can see, look at all this super flat spot right here. This is right at 226. This zone right here, 226 to $2, is just a nasty zone. You cannot do much prediction anywhere in here. It's basically a consolidation zone. Once you get into that area, it doesn't matter what pattern you see, what you're going to see. It's just going to bounce in between there. And
that's why you're thinking why we've been kind of still on the side, even though we had all that great news.
Right. Bitcoin pumped, other coins pumped, but we ran sideways because of that resistance that XRP has to break through. And part of
Which
that
is good, though, because we need to get past it anyway, right?
Right, but not only are we getting past it, we're turning those points of resistance into strong points of support now.
Exactly.
So, yes. So that's a big deal. That's why when XRP does officially break out, if it breaks past 280, it's going to shoot to $3 very quickly. And I would say
Because the resistance has slowed down, you're saying, or at least lightened up.
right, but once it hits $3, the next point of resistance is all-time high.
Yeah.
And after that, it's a free-for-all.
Yeah.
You know,
Price discovery.
Yeah, it could go way higher. I got the
What are you thinking? The moon cheese?
yeah, I think about 360 maybe or $4, 380.
Before significant pullback, you're thinking?
If it just
liquidity
continues
itself?
in an upward trend, it must get a correction.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you kind of wanted a correction as well, because otherwise then we're just going to have a straight fall down.
Right. What I want is I want to see XRP pump to 280, come back down, play out this ascending channel, break down into here, and then shoot up again. That's what I think is potential. And this is a textbook pattern right here. Seeing this right here, this is textbook. And this would be a cup and handle if it does that, which would send it back to $3. But I have a feeling that if we do not continue to pump through May, June, July, then we're going to stay below $3.
Just ride it sideways for a while.
Right. But if we can break upward out of this bearish trend, because it is moving up, but this is still a bearish pattern. If we can break this bearish pattern, we're going to see $5. We're going to see, $8 possibly by November.
What do you think happens if Ripple is to acquire Circle? Do you think that would actually cause a pump, just speculative?
Okay, let me tell you this right now. I don't think that's going to ever happen. And that's because
Antitrust?
I'll tell you why. Coinbase and Circle have an agreement where
Yeah.
they can't enter into any contract or anything without Coinbase's consent. And if
isn't a sell-off completely different though? Like, if they're joining into partnership, that's one thing. But isn't a complete sell-off one thing or another thing? I mean,
I'm pretty much leaning towards the only way Ripple's getting it is with a hostile takeover, because Coinbase wants it, and they can't do anything unless Coinbase approves it. So Coinbase is going to have to get something out of it. Why do you think the price is so high? Because they have to buy out Coinbase from their contract to get them to agree. So I think more or less that all of that is a show for XRP to get it to pump, because Ripple has changed their escrow, and they're releasing more XRP than they've ever done in the past. I think it was 500 billion in April, right? April 2nd was 500 billion, and then it was like 300 billion in May. And what they're doing is they are moving. This is where the manipulation's coming from with XRP and why these zones are being so difficult. And I think it's intentional by Ripple to create that support to fill those orders, but also for them to have the money to acquire things like Circle or do whatever, pay their fines, whatever it is they have to deal with, keep their lights on. So what they're doing is, and I covered this on another live, but we will have to talk about it some more and send you the info. But there you can you can track where the money has been sent to and how much. And there are two separate wallets that are connected directly from the Ripple escrow. So the exact amount of what it was released from escrow was released into two separate wallets that are private wallets, and they unload a little bit at the beginning of the month, right? Pay their bills, whatever. And then those wallets are leaking it out into the market consistently, daily. That's why you're seeing such major price suppression.
Yeah.
And I believe it's all Ripple. I firmly believe that the future is CBDCs and is stable coins. And what I believe they're trying to do is cash out as much of this stuff, because once this new legislation gets passed, once all the regulations are set in place, I think you're going to see the death of a lot of these coins. Yes, they'll still have purpose and utility, but their main function is going to be like gas fees and things like that.
What's the whole thing with the escrow being changed? I heard you say that before, but my understanding is that they have 1 billion released at the beginning of each month. At least this is what they were doing. And then they couldn't change or alter anything on those different contracts for the escrow. You're saying that they changed it?
So I had the article. I'll pull it up and we'll do it. We'll go into it a little more.
You don't have to do it right now. I was just curious.
No. Yeah.
Top of your head or whatever.
I could probably get the fact checker. Hey, can you look up the Ripple escrow for me and find out what the facts are on how they changed the way they release it? There was an article we covered about a week or so ago. I think the title was called How Ripple Changed Their Escrow, something like that. Let me know and I'll chime you in. Just put in the chat when you're ready with it. Okay, so
just know that you have that.
Yeah, it helps a lot.
That's like your Diet Coke button.
Yeah. I got them mic'd in today as well. So as soon as they're ready, they'll come in and give the information. But what were we talking about? What was the question?
The escrow.
Oh yeah,
and the changing of it.
Right. So this Nice little green candle right here. And if you were watching the show, you were able to get in at the low price of $225 right before it inverts head and shoulders, and we pumped. So the subscribers to the channel got to catch this green candle, and this green candle paid for the studio. We got about $16K invested into building all this, but this candle was Brad Garlinghouse's interview where he announced that the case had been dropped, remember, on the news or whatever, which was a bull-faced lie. None of it was true. And it was convenient that that came out the day Fed didn't drop the rate and we got a nice pullback from it. I think that that was on purpose because we were supposed to drop to about 180, 170-ish that day, but they turned it around. So this is a prime example of how Ripple manipulates things through the news on purpose right before certain events because they're trying to keep the price inflated. Now, in that interview, he stated that they were, go back and listen to it, and he stated that they were going to be restructuring the way that they do the escrow. All right. And then he stated either right before or right after that they were talking about going public with an IPO. Now, I started trading with IPOs, and they are pump and dumps. That's what an IPO is. It's a way to hype it up, pump the price, and then the owner of the majority of the stock unleashes and sells off their stock at a higher price in order to fund the business, right? That's how it's done. It's a fundraising
is what you mean.
Yeah. It's a fundraiser event. You become their exit liquidity, but it's like a meme coin run. You're same exact idea. Yeah. So when he said that they were looking to go public, and then he said that we were looking to change the structure of how they do the escrow, that was a firm indication for me. I was like, okay, XRP is about to dump, because that means that they need money. And look, right after that happened, we ran all the way down to that 163 mark. And that's...
You said the when he was talking about IPO? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get the fact checker to send me that video. I guess we can pull it up. Are you ready? Go ahead.
You were talking about the changes in escrow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and welcome, Mega. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Okay, so traditionally, Ripple would release 1 billion XRP from escrow and then relock 700 million XRP back into escrow. New method, Ripple now locks 700 million XRP into escrow before releasing the 1 billion XRP each month. This shift occurred in March, April, and May of 2025, suggesting a potential change in release strategy. The speculation is the timing change has led to speculation about Ripple's focus on managing market liquidity and controlling the XRP supply distribution. Ripple hasn't publicly explained the reason for the timing change, leaving market participants to speculate about market conditions and internal policy adjustments.
There you have it, from the horse's mouth.
Wow.
So yeah, they're
Cool.
They're restructuring everything, and you can follow the money. Money will tell you everything. You can see where the money is going because it adds up to the exact amount that they're releasing, and they're moving it into these wallets. And I believe it's two separate wallets. And I believe what they're doing is slowly releasing it instead of dumping it all.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. I appreciate you putting it out because, like, for the longest time, it's been one way. It's interesting that they're starting to change it up. And also, I don't know if necessarily I would say concerning, but it is definitely something I want to pay attention to. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It
And
could be a
so
good
for
thing, it
my
could be a bad thing.
exactly, yeah. It also depends on their intentions, right? What's the intentions behind it? You know, I would like to say I kind of trust Brad Garlinghouse, but also, I mean, there's a lot of people that seem trusting, and then next day they change. You know, so hopefully, you know, things are going in the right direction. But we're also trusting billion-dollar companies, you know, to
Right.
make right decisions. But the thing
There,
is, it's also not for us. You
yeah,
know,
there,
like it's not necessarily for us.
what's best for Ripple is what's best for Ripple. They care about the shareholders or the owners, whatever. They care about their pocket. They don't care about you and me, the holders of XRP. They don't care about that. What they care about is gaining money to fund their project, you know?
Yeah.
And so they're going to do what's in the best interest of Ripple and not what's in the best interest of the people or XRP.
And yeah, I hear you. I hear you with that. And when I first got into XRP, I didn't want to believe that just like, you know, 4 years ago. I didn't want to believe that. But as time goes on, you start to realize, hey, you know, this is kind of like you're kind of fundraising what they're doing. You know, the community here, retail, even whales, you know, they're part of the whole thing. Even if they're buying up and selling and whatnot, they're still part of the system of potentially being involved with funding whatever it is that's going on, hoping that we're going to get, you know, a nice upside of it. But the truth of it is nothing's ever 100%, just like in charting, you know, and things can definitely take a different turn. So it's always good to keep those things in mind. And yeah, I appreciate you bringing it up, man, about the escrow. It's
Yeah.
making me think.
You know, I think Ripple has a bright future, and I think Ripple is going to do things. I just don't, everyone thinks it's happening right now, this bull run, all this stuff. This stuff is years
Yeah.
out, 2030, man. So, like, if you think you're going to buy XRP at $3 and hold it, it's going to come back down to, you know, 75 cents potentially or lower eventually, you know. And I think what Ripple's trying to do is create $2 as a firm bottom for XRP.
Okay.
But I think that people are waking up to the idea that $10,000 XRP is not happening this year. And too many people were spoon fed that moon cheese. As you can see, I got cheese
Yeah.
up here instead of a moon.
You need to have like you ever use Firefly, Adobe? You can have it like make letters out of like a certain like style of something. But if you had $10,000 in moon cheese, that'd be awesome.
I'll have my IT guy work on that for sure. Joe
Yeah, man,
Bandito says
I hear what you're saying.
75 cents, laughing my ass off. You know,
Look,
those are,
nothing's impossible.
yeah, it is definitely.
We were up at 340 and people were like, we're never going down below $2 ever again.
Look at
You know what I mean?
Look at previous cycles. These are cycles. They run up, they run down, they run up,
Yeah.
they run down. And I would say that 75 cents is a good mean position. I think it's more likely somewhere around $1 because there are a lot of people that are just going to diamond hand the shit out of this. You and me are a couple of them, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like, but I have always accumulated down here. Okay. As you all know, I first got into XRP down here, and I've accumulated along this bottom line over the years. When it runs up is when I take my profits. Now, this first bull run, I was a noob in crypto, and I thought, oh, I'm a millionaire. I'm about to be a billionaire. I'm going to hold on to this thing. I thought I was going to be a billionaire.
Yeah. Euphoria.
Yeah. And I believed in all of it. And I just kept holding it as it kept going down. I kept buying, DCing, buying the dip all the way down. And it burned me. It burned me hard. And I lost most of my profits, if not lost money because of it. So I learned my lesson, and I bought along here, and then I took, when it came up here, I pulled out of the market. I got out and I held my money, and when it ran back here, I kept putting it in. And even when this pumped right here, I think this was August 2023 or July 2023, I didn't pull it because I was like, that's not a pump. I just waited and continued to hold. But as soon as we pumped here, and here's the thing is we pumped because Donald Trump got elected, right? We ran up
Yeah.
here and it started coming down and I held it. I was like, no, I don't think this is the end because he hasn't been inaugurated yet. And so I was like, I'm going to hold until he gets inaugurated. As soon as he got inaugurated, we pumped up here and we reached, that all-time high. And I took my profits right here. And then we started getting the tariff news and I exited the market.
Mhm.
And then boom, we dropped down and I was like, you know what? If this thing recovers here again and comes back down, I was like, this is a Head and Shoulders. And that's when I got on the show with you. And we talked about it the first time we spoke. And I think
When was that? That was February?
that was, I want to say that your live, that would have been like February 18th, maybe.
Okay.
Somewhere around there. It was midweek.
So in crypto, we go way back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We've been homies for a while, man. I love and appreciate
Dude,
your show,
honestly,
man, and you as a person.
No, thank you. Same. I really do appreciate you, man. I appreciate your perspectives. At first, when I first got into doing this, there was an ego in my mind. As much as I fought it, there was still an ego, like trying to look good for people, trying not to, oh, I know this or know that. And then it just got to a point where I was like, why am I doing this? Like, what do I have to prove to people? Here's the support. Here's the resistance. If you like it, cool. If you don't, whatever.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And the reality of it is, honestly, when I opened up my Discord and I started saying, hey, here's an analysis channel, feel free to throw whatever you want in there, that helped me to kind of let go of that ego mentality of thinking like I had to have all the answers myself, and started relying on community to be like, hey, what are you seeing? Hey, what are you seeing? Just kind of seeing different people's perspectives. Not everyone will get it. Not everyone understands quite, and they might be just starting out, but it still is awesome seeing different perspectives. And like we talked about at the beginning here of your live stream, your methodology is different than what I do, but sometimes we can come up with the same scenarios of what we think is going to happen. And it's just kind of cool to see how that works out. And there's different names for different patterns, that are the same pattern, which is,
Right.
so it's just being self-taught in this as well myself. It's just something where I had to just let go of and just accept, hey, I don't know everything. And this is an awesome process for me to be able to grow more as an individual. I'd rather grow than stay stagnant in my own methods. You know what I mean?
Right. And I learned my lesson here. This prior bull cycle, everyone was saying, buy the dip, buy the
Yeah.
dip, buy the dip. It'll come back up. And I bought it all the
Don't
way
trip
down.
by the dip.
Yeah. And like, I learned my lesson a long time ago. Getting ready to thank you for the hat and mustache. I learned my lesson a long time ago that the key to making this real is to take the profits and to reinvest them lower. That's how you grow. And if you're just buying it, throwing it in there and trying to forget about it, yeah, there is money to be made over the long term, but people become wealthy and rich and millionaires from crypto by trading it because of its volatility. Volatility is what makes you rich in crypto, not by just buying the bottom and holding it. So I do like to I do like to buy the bottom, take my profits out, but I also look for zones on the way down. I want to buy those low bottoms and ride it back up again, because that's how you grow your bag. And people think that, oh, I'm just going to put $100 in this and forget about it and come back in a few years and I'll be a millionaire. It don't work like that.
Yeah.
The money is made because the volatility.
Let me ask you this. So when it comes to XRP specifically, I know that your belief, obviously, it almost takes a faith, right, to believe like those high numbers, and I'm in that realm. I'm fine with that. And I know there's kind of like a divide within the community for XRP on whether it's going to go to these high numbers or low numbers. But even though you might think that it's not going to those high numbers, do you personally, obviously you don't have to tell me how much or whatever, but do you personally still have like a moon bag just in case? Or do you just kind of treat it as in like, it's just whatever it is and I just trade short term?
So anything that I hold, I keep a moon bag. Anything.
Okay.
You're gonna.
I was just curious what you're, because I know some people are like all the way in or all the way out, and I'm like, that's, but if it does go off,
Right, exactly. And what I say for people is if you have a moon bag, your moon bag should be accumulated down. Let me move this over so you can see. It should be accumulated down here. This is
yes,
where
sir.
you're
That's my
building.
moon bag.
Yeah, this is where you build your moon bag right here. Okay? You're not building a moon bag up here. This is not the place to be doing
Yeah.
that.
That's you trying to catch up to something that's slipping.
Right, exactly. And it's like, oh, I missed it. Don't worry. There'll be another one. And I have a feeling that the next one isn't going to be 4 years from now. It's going to be annually or every other year, something like, and they're going to get more and more often. And the bull runs will keep coming. The prices will keep pushing on whatever is going to be taking over in the crypto space. They will continue to grow and grow and grow. And eventually it will get to a point where the volatility is gone. And,
Yeah.
And it stabilizes like the stock market,
Yeah.
And
then a 5% move over months is going to be an amazing move.
Exactly. So everyone's like, oh, I just need to put it in there and forget about it. No, you need to take advantage of the volatility if you didn't get in here. And the fact that we're on the verge of World War III, we're in a tariff war, costs of goods are going up, and all these things are happening. As far as markets go, and we covered this in another live, in history, it's shown that markets always recover after something like this. But what happens is they become very volatile. And that's opportunity. Volatility is opportunity. And that's what I'm trying to, show people with all of this is that we need to take advantage, because I think we've got less than 3 to 5 years to take advantage of the volatility before it's gone.
Yeah, I've been hearing that too. We're obviously seeing it even this cycle. Things have been changing a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, politics and whatnot and economics are playing a big role in it. But regardless of that, institution, whoever's the big holders, are still using it to their advantage to move the market however they want to. And so we're kind of in this position where we're seeing not quite the same type of bull that we're expecting. And then you have the hype people, like you said before, who are saying, XRP is going to be $10,000 every other week, and it's just kind of nuts to see a lot of the retail market being thrown around back and forth just because they, you watch videos here and there and you just kind of get thrown off, as just a regular Joe Schmo working. You want to make it good, you want to pay for a family, medical, debts, whatever it might be. And then you have these people that are just hyping it up where it's like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. And I do agree with people, I do agree with you and others where they say, a lot of stuff has to happen for XRP to hit really high numbers. And it's almost like things just have to align just right. And it takes faith to believe that too, right? It takes faith to believe that too. But I think that we still have a great run on the short term, like to some numbers you were talking about, like $5, $10 and whatnot, is definitely doable. But when it comes to those bigger numbers, we need a lot of stuff to change, because it's not just speculation anymore at that point. We need like actual utility to play out. We need to see world adoption. And people don't realize it takes time. You're changing the entire system of the entire world that has been one way for millennia.
I know, right? Some of the people that I coach, when they first started out with the coaching, they would get nervous about being out of the market. And I'm like, you should be nervous being in the market right now. Everything is being tossed in the air.
It's all confusing.
Yeah. I'm just like,
nervous
learn
or like anxious?
Yeah, anxious, like they're going to miss out on something. I'm like, don't worry, you're going to miss out on losing your bag. That's what you're going to miss out on, And it, it's crazy, all of the misinformation and things that they're feeding people. Take, for instance, the proposal on the SEC website. We read that, and I looked at who wrote it. I think it's Maxwell. Can we get a fact check on who wrote the proposal for the XRP proposal on the SEC website? But yeah, this guy, he's just the guy that wrote it is just a random technical analysis guy. He has nothing to do with the SEC, nothing to do with the government, no connections. He has everything to gain as a holder of XRP to submit this, but he's not anyone of any sustenance. Fact checker, I'm gonna turn your mic on if you're ready. No, I don't think they're ready yet. But yeah, the SEC proposal, it has nothing to do with the SEC. Are you ready? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the comprehensive proposal, XRP as a strategic financial asset for the U.S., was authored by Maximilian Staudinger. While the document appears on the SEC website, it's important to note that the SEC allows public submissions and does not necessarily endorse these proposals as official policies, as clarified by Staudinger himself. So he's just the everyday Joe writing whatever he wants.
Right. He's just
exactly
a random guy. And that's where a lot of the speculation came from, that it was going to be adopted and all these different things. And the speculation of these big numbers from replacing Swift and all that, that's where it all really stemmed from. And it was just misinformation. It's been misinformation after misinformation.
You know who it was?
Yeah.
You know who it is, right? All
Who?
the crypto bros.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like
And-
all the different influencers, just like, dude, chill. Read the documents.
Yeah. This guy is literally his job. He's a technical analysis guy. He's a crypto bro. Like that's all he is. He's nothing. And the fact that people were getting roped into that, you know, I was like, we've got to start doing the news and we got to start fact checking all this stuff. And that's when I was like, all right, we're bringing on a team and we're building all this stuff, because this is a problem. The fake news is a problem, especially for XRP. I don't know if you want to stick around, but I got a little bit of XRP news here.
Yeah, I got some more time. I don't know how much more time I have, but I'll definitely stick around for a little longer.
Well, here, I want to give you a
I
prime
need to get
example.
my walk in. I need to get my walk in. So if you don't mind me huffing and puffing in a little background.
Yeah, go ahead. Get those steps in, bro. Hey, I lost like 40 pounds.
Healthy, you know?
I lost 40
Nice.
pounds to get on camera.
Since when?
I want to say it's since February, since I started the show.
Dude, I'm so proud of you. That's awesome.
Thanks, man. I'm on the Zep bound.
It takes a lot. I don't care what method you use. It still is a complete change in your lifestyle.
Well, I was hit by a
You know
drunk
what I mean?
driver, and I can't move or do very much physically. So that's part of why I do the show and I sit and watch the charts so much, because I can't do things that are physically demanding of me. So I had to lose the weight because I was putting on weight from not moving around, and I had to find a way because it was causing me so much pain. But I want to bring this up here. So this is from thestreet.com, and just listen to this lady speak. This is about XRP futures ETF launch May 22nd. That's today. So that's an amazing thing that's happened. But listen to what she says. This is the problem. This is misinformation that is getting out there. And see if you can spot what the misinformation is.
I'm sure by now everybody's heard that the SEC has dropped the case against Ripple Labs and their token XRP. This has been all over the news. This lawsuit has been going on for 4+ years. And now with the new administration, which XRP was a huge contributor towards, they are now being released from that lawsuit, not without a $50 million fine. However, everyone is looking to the future. What's coming next? Is it going to go to zero? What kind of applications are we going to see from XRP and Ripple Labs? There's a couple different things they're looking at. Some of those things are a stablecoin functionality. They are looking to develop more smart contract feasibility, and they are really eyeing a competition with SWIFT, the international payment system. So we'll see where it goes.
All right. So, did you catch the
Sound like it was AI at
misinformation?
first.
No, she's real. I've seen her
Okay.
report. But did you catch the misinformation there?
As far as them being released from
Yeah.
the lawsuit?
Yeah, the lawsuit's not over.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying it is.
Right. And that is the narrative that's going around. And a lot of people, even when Brad Garlinghouse came out and said it, everyone was like, oh, it's over. I'm like, it's not, but we'll get a pump because of it. And then they did it again and they keep doing it. But nothing is over. And as long as that injunction is in place, nothing will change. Nothing.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. And honestly, it's sad because I wish that Brad would have waited
I know.
until Torres signed off on it or whatever, like officially done, is out of the way, completed. But also you can kind of take what he said as, is he trying to manipulate the market by what he's saying?
Yes.
Or you know what I mean? Like, so that comes to mind as well. Because the wording of that, where he says it's over, it's done, what else are you supposed to take from that? There's no real other speculation besides it's over, if the person who's in the case says it's over.
All right, so we got a couple of people that got some questions. So I'm going to open the floor to anyone that's got questions for me or Mega. Guinea Marie, why don't you go first? Anybody there? All right, I guess not.
Sure.
I got a bunch
Sure.
of. I'm gonna leave Brooke on here, see if Brooke jumps in or not, because I do want to hear from her.
She might be busy.
Yeah.
She's tending to a baby goat a lot of times.
Oh yeah, I'm a goat.
Yeah, her. Well, you're not that goat. So she has like a baby goat. She was like feeding at like the middle of the night.
Got you. All right. So, but the main news to take from this is XRP's first XRP futures ETF to launch May 22nd. Volatility Shares will launch an XRP futures exchange trade fund ETF on May 22nd. Bloomberg senior ETF analyst Eric Blanchunas informed on X. It's the first 1X futures fund linked to XRP and will trade under the XRPL ticker. Blanchus added, good signal that there will be demand for this one. I do believe, though, that futures is a short, if I'm correct. I don't generally do shorts, but if there's a demand for shorts, wouldn't that indicate a downward trend in the market?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a lot more shorts than longs, there's an anticipation of the market dropping.
Right, and the fact that they put this out like it's bullish news, they have her come on here for this interview and state what she stated, and then they say, oh, this is going to be a demand for this one. People aren't as educated as we are. We know what we're doing, but I would say that 90% of the people who actually get
That's generous.
Yeah. They get into it. They don't know anything. That's why Bitcoin's pumping, because they don't know what they're buying.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's
I
up,
say the
Henry?
same thing too. I'm like, it's crazy how many people are not knowing what they're doing. I was like, even if you learn like just the very basics of the technical analysis, you're already going to be ahead of a lot of people. But anyway, what's up, guys?
How's it going, Henry? Kodak, you there?
Yeah.
How's it going, Kodak? You got some questions? Or good to have you on, buddy.
I didn't realize I was on, but nice to be here. Nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah, no problem, man. What's going on?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, I really enjoyed the show and the comments. It was great listening to both you guys. Definitely.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you, and I really enjoy our back and forth together. I know you've been taking advantage of the coaching one-on-one with me, and I do appreciate you very much, brother.
Were we, one question, were we still supposed to come down 241?
I don't know. I think we already hit that. That was earlier when we were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
Let me go into the 5 minute here and see what it's doing here. Look, see, it broke structure. So this is a bullish trend, but it broke it, right? So that is your indication that we're about to take off. So
all good. Sounds good.
Yeah, and that's why we're looking at it in the 5 minute to make sure it's going to take off, or if it's going to come back down and give us a better entry zone. But this is our indication of a breakout on the upside, breaking a bearish trend. On the upside is a heavy indication that we are going to those high numbers. Not the high numbers, but higher numbers.
What's up, boss?
What's going on, Henry?
What's
Can't
up, man?
wait to see you in Vegas, buddy.
That's it, man. Wednesday, I'll be on a flight, JFK, coming out of New York.
Awesome.
What's happening? What's going on, Mega? How you doing, everybody?
Doing good, man. Just running around.
Running around, spitting the truth.
The whole crew is laughing in the background right now. We all love Henry. Henry's a big supporter of the show, and we appreciate him very much.
My little backstory. I actually, my very first, babe, I'm on. My very first coin I bought back. I was actually in a. I was at a gentleman's club, and I was looking at the time I had no idea about. I didn't have no research. I didn't do anything. There was just no experience or nothing. I didn't even have an account open, and Cardano and Stellar were head to head at like 6 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, 7. In fact, Stellar was actually more than Cardano at the time, and then I don't know what it was. I didn't. There was a couple other ones on there: Litecoin, Monero, and XRP. And I actually don't know if I read an article. I don't know what it was that had me driven to buy XRP. That was what I wanted to buy, and I was like, I'm just going to put 1,000 in. Never know. I knew ETH, and I knew about ETH at the time. I think ETH was trading at like $400 something. It was like 4 something, and I was drinking. I was trying to convince a guy at the bar about how I didn't know nothing about it. I was just telling him how ETH was like the internet and everything's going to be built upon it. Crazy. It was like $4.50 a coin. And wow. One thing I can remember. So I went home and I actually got I couldn't open up any account like traditionally like we do now. I had there was this company called Polynex, and it was just through email. And I was able to get my order in, but things were moving. And I don't remember exactly, because when I send the money in, it was $1,000 and it was done through email. It took 30 days for them to respond back to me of what I bought and what I had bought. At that, I got my order was transacted on the way going up, got it at 223. It went up to the top, and I think on the way coming down at 223 is when it got transacted, not necessarily on the way up and down, but I think I got it on the way coming down, transacted. By the time they got sent to me and everything else and all the confirmations, it was worth like $300 or $400. And I don't know what took place. I really don't even recall what I did. I just know that I wind up emailing him and just closing the sale of it and taking my loss at the time. And then I got back into the game in April 6th actually of 2020. And I invested $25,000 into Cardano at 3.5 cents. I got 700,000 coins. I had about $1,500 left over. I bought VeChain at the time. It was like I got that at 2 zeros and a 2 zeros and a 3, because it was 2 zeros and a 3, and I got Cardano at 3.5 cents. It was almost like a zero off, and I just made a tremendous amount of money. And
Good for you, brother.
yeah, I appreciate it, man. I paid mortgage off. I did a lot of things. Me and my wife, we put an addition on our house.
Nice.
We did the whole thing, and then I kind of got into getting into XRP back between 30 cents and 50 cents, like
Nice.
a lot of it, and ever since. And then on this recent going up to 3 whatever now, 330 whatever, 340. And coming back down, I dumped some at 270 and some at 260, and the rest I got rid of under 250, and then I bought back at like between 203 and 209 when I came back in, and I took the whole ride down to 160. I wish I didn't know where, if it was going to go down. I was like, I don't care, I'm not selling. I didn't DC anymore. I basically came all in. So I'm holding a pretty big freaking bag right now, bro, and I'm on. I appreciate, the whole, a friend of mine does trading. He showed me some stuff on TradingView. He made me download it. And I just have my own little TA. I use Bollinger Bands on just regular stock RSI or regular RSI. And I just see little patterns that I seen on like the 1 minute and 5 minute. And when I see those things happen, like I tell him to do the trading, because he does it on Blowfin and Bybit. He's got his own thing set up. He actually trades. He's professional. He just showed me some stuff and some things, and I just caught on. But I just call him up. Hey, put this in right now. He's like, you sure? I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm shorting shit while he's got a long in. I'm longing shit while he's, but I'm actually doing pretty good. Little scalps though, nothing crazy, no crazy swings. I got my bag packed in my ledger, and everything else is just what I tell him to do. So I'm doing okay with that. It's fun. I listen to you guys. I'll be honest with you. It's really, this is basically it. It's because I'm all in XRP from an investment standpoint, but I am not a fool. And I listen to Mega, I listen to you, Oz, and I listen to Jay Dan. I listen to you guys, but I hear Jam, because Jam comes with experience, but he comes with that reality. Like, I like reality. I'm not a pumper. I'm not a dumper. I'm just like, I don't like to hear, everybody shilling. I just want to hear truth. And
Right.
when I look at the CA and I talk to my friend, and you guys all speak the same real language. It's not about news. The charts speak it. You got to let the trade come to you. And like, I listen to all that from that sense. At the same time, on the investment side, I got a lot of, patience. And I'm okay to lose 40 to 60% of my value if I have to, knowing that it's going to do a 200, 300, 400x. I'm that kind of guy. But don't get me wrong. I know that certain coins are more news driven. They're press release driven. They're not necessarily chart driven or, fudded on or shilled on. They're just news comes out, they pump, and then they dump. And that's it. That's all they're good for. And I've seen XRP being in that like category right now.
Well, thank you, Henry, for coming on and sharing your story. Is there any questions you have for me or Mega?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I seen the thing. I'm coming on for more than that reason, but I also really know if you, because you mentioned, about the timelines of the validity of those particular claims that were being made. And I just wanted to know, I know you do your DD and stuff, but how strong is your belief in that, with respect to just claims being made from Brad and it being over and the SEC and all that? Is it just fluff, or, That's really just so you're really more your opinion than anything, with that.
You want to take this one, Mega?
We can both share. Mine's pretty simple. I understand where you were coming from, Henry, when you said the case isn't necessarily over. I do agree. I mean, you said it's over. I do agree with that. However, like legitimately, officially, signed off, done. That's more so what I'm looking for. I think that would cause a nice pump in the market. But like you said, XRP's been falling into the category of very news driven. And it's unfortunate, but that's just where we're at until there's actual use case utility to really drive that price itself. That's why I'm in it personally. It's
Isn't
awesome.
that what every coin though? I mean, ultimately, we took every coin is still about news and utility. Who's really on the front line of utility? That's my thing. I see Eric Trump come on the board with Sergey and Charles Hoskinson hosting it like last week with a couple of guys talking about a stable coin that Eric Trump's starting, USD1, and how Chainlink's going to kind of like front run it. And so I see that, and I see Chainlink's utility for that particular model.
This is where I would give credit to Bitcoin, because Bitcoin doesn't really necessarily have anything to prove, and it could pump or dump however it wants to, since it's
They'll keep
literally
buying
just
it.
there. Exactly. And so it's doing what it's supposed to do, right? It's actually acting within its quote unquote utility, if you want to call it that.
Right.
But there are, because we're at the brink of onboarding, for crypto worldwide. So we're seeing pretty much like, when you see a funnel starting to form in the sky, it hasn't touched the ground yet, but there's going to be a tornado. It's like there's
Right.
signs of it. There's proof that something is coming, something's going to happen, but we're still waiting. You know what I mean?
Out of all the coins in the world, like in existence, which one do you think has the most? Which one do you think is going to have the most recent or the fastest utility to market? That's actually going to have meat on the bone, in the sense of the soonest out of all the coins.
Me personally, I think RWA.
Other than ETH, because ETH
I
already
was going to say
been
that.
developed.
Real world assets, man. That is everything. That is the
Seeing it's
future.
starting to happen. I mean, I would say it's going to take a while for assets to fully be onboarded and think about it, like all of real estate. Imagine that like on the being tokenized. It's going to take a long time.
My wife and I, we're real estate agents. We got 20 years experience. We're investors as well. We
awesome.
we flip homes. We've been doing this stuff. And in fact, Mr. Yardzani is one that I listen to for that. He's with the Obi coin. He's front running that stuff from many years ago. I kind of follow it. I don't subscribe to him yet, but I follow him because he's involved with that tokenizing. I mean, really, it's so funny because there was a podcast that I was on in a community, an NFT, little closed network NFT called Vivi. Back in September of 21, I was on a podcast of one of the guys. He's still in the game. His name's Randy Chavez, and in that 4-hour podcast, it was just me and him. I actually mentioned about things that I had read back in like 19 and 20, nothing to do with this guy, Mr. Yardzani, but he was already in the game before that, and it had to do with tokenizing and how the game of real estate was going to change with respect to collecting rents, even ownership. Like there'd be people around the world just being able to, buy other people selling percentages of a home while it's being rented. And every month when the payment gets made, they just get credited, those particular credits in whatever form of currency they were using or stablecoin and stuff. So really technical stuff. No title companies use anymore. In fact, I believe my job and my wife's job as agents are going to be, avoided. I mean, eventually it's going to be no need for lawyers, quick closings, all tokenized. And we see it.
Instant real estate transactions.
Huh?
That's what we're going to see. Instant real estate transactions. Hey, Henry.
That's one of the biggest laggers.
Yeah. Henry, thank you for coming on. Our fact checker has something to chime in here, so we're going to pass it on to her and see what she has to say. But thank you, Henry, and I can't wait to see you on June 2nd for the meet and greet in Vegas. Thank you very much, buddy.
I'll be there, man. XRP and
Thanks,
Bitcoin.
Henry.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be negative, but my very unpopular opinion is that XRP could very well be an imitation of Bitcoin, where it is not an actual sustainable coin, but they're testing it. It's the test coin to see if it will be, if that they can make coins financially stable. So my question is this an actual coin that is going to be used in the future, or are they testing the waters to see if they can keep this afloat at that $2 mark, or are they just kind of stringing everyone along? I'm just curious.
You know, I agree with that sentiment. I think that this is them trying to test if a coin that isn't even legally useful, if the people will still hold on to it, just like they hold on to Bitcoin. I think that that is a possibility. What do you think, Mega?
I think that there's definitely a possibility that any crypto that's coming out, especially today, since we're still in the infancy of it technically, is going to be overshadowed by newer technology as time goes on. I mean, 20 years down the road, there's going to be 10 years down the road, there's going to be crypto that's out that really is probably the best solution. But in my mind, what comes down to it is which one has the most adoption and the most backing, you know, from governments and individuals. So like the whole Bitcoin situation we're in right now, with senators pushing for that, even though there's no real use case besides just holding money, but you could do that kind of with anything else if you want to, if you decide on that, you know, they could have done that with Pepe if they really wanted to.
Right.
Besides really just that, I think it's kind of sad to see that a lot of that effort's being poured into something that's not necessarily going to be used to solve a problem. I do believe that XRP technology is great and that it has a lot to offer. And what I'm looking forward to more, and this might be a little branch off of what you're talking about, what I'm looking forward to more from my end is XRP being the rails, and regardless of whether it's being the main use case in its own regard for, you know, cross-border transactions and other stuff, there's a lot of partnerships that went on where, like for instance, Ondo, they'll be using XRP's rails pretty much, for lack of better terms,